with 3 vehicles involved, 4 patients. Everyone ended up okay. It took us a couple of hours to get the rollbacks in place to remove all the blockages. I am happy to say that during the depth of the snowstorm, our firefighters on shift with C shift executed a successful cardiac save on a cardiac call in the middle of the night. With limited travel, one of our guys ended up riding in with an ambulance, but the patient made it in with a pulse and was back breathing. So it's been a very eventful time. We would just ask that everybody, please, if you don't need to travel when we do have these slick roads, please stay home if at all possible. If you do have to travel, please allow extra space. Please drive defensively and avoid the backcountry roads, the narrow bridges. As always, if you do have a need with anything during inclement weather, you've got an emergency, our number is 911, and we will be glad to come and help in any way that we can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sam, for pitch hitting. Okay, the next item on the agenda is an evidentiary hearing. This is something that occurs occasionally in the town. All of us have had some improved training. We've read a lot, so and hopefully we will do a little better job than we did trying it a couple of meetings ago. We will begin that process of the evidentiary hearing of special use permit case SUP 2501. Now, before we do that, I'd like to make some opening comments about this particular special use case. It is a request for an event center in the RS40 zoning district. To help the public and this council, I'd like to offer comments that clearly help everyone understand the quasi-judicial process, which means the council must base its decision solely on competent, relevant, and substantial evidence. This includes written materials submitted by the applicant and available on the town's website, sworn testimony from the applicant or their representatives, sworn testimony from others who can offer relevant facts. As part of this process, council must identify factual findings, known as findings of fact, and then determine whether the application of those meet the town's requirements for event centers under Section 30-1048 of the town ordinances, as well as the general conditions for special use permits under Section 30-302. These standards exist to ensure that any special use permit is compatible with the surrounding area, which in this case is an R40 residential district. Council cannot base its decisions on our personal opinion or the opinion of those who speak tonight. We are limited to considering factual evidence that is competent, relevant, and substantial, and that directly addresses our ordinance requirements. The testimony council may consider is also limited. Council may hear from the applicant, town staff, members of the public who can show standing, meaning they will suffer special damages or provide relevant facts, and expert witnesses. All testimony is at the direction of council, guided by our town attorney, Mr. Thomas. It must be taken under oath and is legally binding. Because of these restrictions, we may not be able to hear from everyone who wishes to speak. Even so, the process is impartial and fully open to the public. If you do speak, whether it is in support or in opposition, please focus solely on facts and ordinance standards, not personal preferences. Council may only consider evidence tied directly to the relevant sections of our ordinances. After testimony concludes, council will have an opportunity to ask questions and deliberate. At the conclusion of deliberation, council may approve with conditions, deny, or continue the hearing to a date certain. There are some disclosures. Before beginning consideration of special use permit 25-01, I need to ask council a few required disclosure questions. Number one is about conflict of interest. Because the parties in this case are entitled to an impartial hearing, a council member may not participate if they have a fixed opinion on the outcome, have financial interest in the outcome, and have a close family, business, or other relationship with the applicant or an affected person. Does any council member have a conflict or believe they should recuse themselves? Mr. Greason?
No.
Ms. Snyder?
No.
Mr. Stone?
No.
Ms. Clark?
No.
And I don't either. The second issue is ex parte communications. Please disclose any ex parte communications regarding this case, meaning any communication outside this hearing, including site visits, conversations with the applicant, staff, or members of the public. Do any council members have ex parte communications to disclose? Ms. Clark?
I've just had conversations with staff about the procedure of such a hearing, as well as general ordinance questions. That's it.
Mr. Stone?
I have visited the site, and I've talked with staff about this, and also I've received phone calls from interested residents, of which I only spoke about the procedures that will follow tonight.
Ms. Snyder?
Basically the same thing, extensive conversations with staff and our meeting, our special called meeting the other day about the procedures. And I've heard from a couple people, and I've just said, it's quasi judicial hearing. I have to save my comments till then.
Mr. Greason?
I did receive an email that I read. This is the part. As soon as I knew what it was about, I shut it down and deleted it.
And like the others, I have spoken with staff, and we did have a training session the other day at a special called meeting. Based on these disclosures, does any member of council wish to object? Oh, excuse me, okay, so we've disclosed them. Based on these disclosures, does any member of council wish to object to another council member's participation? Mr. Greason?
No.
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 No?
And I don't either.
Mayor, if I may inquire, Mr. Stone, you visited the property.
Yes, sir.
That visit created in your mind any fixed idea about the way you would vote on this matter?
No, sir.
Anybody else visit the property? Like, same question. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. I think we're now ready for the staff presentation. But I believe the town clerk would want to swear in the staff for this event.
You're about to give, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. Mr. Taylor, would you like to begin? Before you do, I just want to call, we have two very long sessions, so I will call a brief break between the two to at least allow council to clear their heads and anything else that they choose at that moment. But we'll start with Mr. Taylor.
Members of council and to the interested residents that are here, we have an application for a special use permit for an event center in the RS40 zoning district. The RS40 residential single-family district, the RS40 is primarily intended to accommodate single-family detached dwellings on large lots in areas without access to public water and wastewater services. The district is established to promote single-family detached residence where environmental features, public service capacities, or soil characteristics necessitate very low density single-family development. The overall gross density in RS40 areas will typically be 1 unit per acre or less. The property is located at the southwestern side of the intersection of Oak Ridge Road and Bunch Road, addressed as 2524 Oak Ridge Road, being in Oak Ridge Township, Guilford County Tax Parcel 163046. The parcel is approximately 3.16 acres. It is currently owned, and this, we just received an update on this, so I need to disclose this. The F2 Homes LLC, the owners of that changed this property over to another LLC that they do own, and that is called Hobson Taylor Investments LLC. This is still the same group of people, just a different LLC in their name. So the new ownership is Hobson Taylor Investments LLC. The property is located in the Scenic Corridor Overlay District and the Greensboro GW3 Watershed Overlay. Land use around, the existing land use around this parcel is to the north is RS30 residential. To the northeast is limited business, which those two businesses are Haircraft and the Oak Ridge Florist. To the south is RS40 residential, to the east is RS40 residential, and to the west is RS40 residential. The requested land use would change this property with if a special use permit is approved, this would become RS40/SUP Event Center. Recommendation of the Oak Ridge Future Land Use Plan identifies this area as residential. And historic properties. The current structure that the property owners or the applicants wish to use for this is considered the Donnell Honeycutt House. It's inventoried by the town of Oak Ridge as an important historical structure, having significant influence on the town's history. The home is considered to be National Register eligible. As we know, within the town of Oak Ridge, public water and public sewer are not currently available. Fire protection for this would be provided by the Oak Ridge Fire Department, and it's approximately 2.4 miles from the fire station. The existing transportation counts along Oak Ridge Road near this, and this count was taken near the military academy, was 7,174 trips per day. Currently, no improvements are required by NCDOT. But that is currently, those could change when a site plan is approved for this by the Planning and Zoning Board, and those would then have to be reviewed by DOT for a driveway permit. The topography for this site is gently rolling. It is not in a regulated floodplain, and no streams are located within that. And as I said earlier, this is part of the Greensboro watershed. The applicant has reached out by sent letters to nearby property owners on Oak Ridge Road, Bunch Road, and within the neighboring subdivisions, and has also did a in-person meeting with interested residents in that area. Staff recommendations. During consideration of a special use permit, the town council must determine that the following findings of fact have been satisfied based upon relevant and credible evidence presented during the hearing. And that is the completion of my staff report, and I present that as my staff fact to the council.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Mr. Taylor, has the applicant formally requested that its application be amended to reflect the change in ownership?
Yes.
Mayor, I'd prefer the council act on that, presumably by approving that request to amend. substantively, I understand there's no change in the application.
There's no change in the application, just a change in one LLC to the other.
So do we require a motion for that?
I would like that to be on record. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we accept that the application includes a new owner name change to Austin Taylor Investment LLC.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, no. Okay. Any further things from staff? All right. We're now to the point where the applicant testimony and argument occurs. So we'll turn to the applicant and his representatives to present evidence and legal arguments in support of this request for a special use permit. As a reminder, please focus on relevant aspects and standards from our town ordinances. This is just a question, or would we swear in just the applicant's portion or anyone else at this point that wishes to speak?
I defer to Madam Clerk, Ms. Smith on this, but at least all persons speaking on behalf of the applicant and its witnesses could be sworn in as a group,
Okay,
simply to move the hearing along.
okay.
I agree with that.
All right, let's have the applicant testimony and anybody speaking for the applicant come forward, and so the town clerk can swear you in.
If you'd raise your right hand, place your other hand on the Bible. In the testimony you're about to give, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'd just like to briefly introduce myself. My name is Marsh Prowse. I'm a North Carolina licensed attorney. I represent both the applicant and the current property owner, which is also now the applicant pursuant to the amendment that you just adopted. And honestly, I'm not sure where you want me while I'm conducting the direct examination of my witnesses. So,
Sir, I'm sorry, could you give me your name again?
sure. The first name's Marsh, M-A-R-S-H, and the last name is Prowse, P-R-A-U-S-E.
And could I have your address for the record?
Sure. My office address is 380 Knollwood, that's spelled Knollwood Street, Suite 700, Winston-Salem, 27403. So back to, do you just want me to ask the questions from back here? Or is there a microphone you would like me to use? Okay,
Sorry,
I don't want to put anyone out, but
turn this
I,
on. Why don't you sit here and then your witnesses can come through the microphone?
if that's okay, I think that way everyone will hear better.
Okay. Okay, thanks, Mr. Thomas. Okay, Mr. Prowse, you can proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. As the applicant's first witness, I'd like to call Josh Fogel. Good evening, sir. Could you confirm your name, please, for the record?
Joshua Fogel, 12 Heathrow Court, Greensboro, North Carolina.
And Mr. Fogel, you're familiar with the property at issue with respect to this special use permit, is that right?
I am.
Could you please describe for council your role with respect to the property and your familiarity with the property?
Yeah, sure. So, first of all, thanks for having us tonight. We, as a group, as a ownership group through our LLC, F2 Homes, purchased this property about 18 months ago, give or take, from the Pinedo family. And we took ownership with the idea that we would potentially be salvaging this landmark in Oak Ridge, hopefully with the intent to use it for an event space. We've now, proceeded down this path with the new ordinance and everything else, and we're now here as an applicant for the special use permit, which is hopefully the final step before we can finalize construction and get this thing active.
Thank you for that, Mr. Fogel. Could you talk a little bit about the transition from the original applicant, F2 Homes, to the current applicant based on the amendment that council voted in favor of just now?
Sure. Yeah, so obviously, when we first purchased this property with the intent of the renovation and the subsequent use as a event space, we weren't fully aware of all the ins and outs and what we would have to do with council. So the reason of the transfer is because in the original entity that we purchased the property in, we used a bridge loan to, give us about 12 to 18 months for, permitting and ordinance and special use permit approval. When we were, continued back in December, we had to transfer to a new entity in order to obtain a new bridge loan to be able to finalize this process so that we could then go and get the construction loan to finalize the reconstruction of the property.
Is it the same persons involved in the ownership of both F2 Homes LLC and Hobson Taylor Investments LLC?
That is correct, yes.
And you are here as an authorized representative of both of those LLCs?
That is correct.
Okay. Real quickly, describe for me the role of Mr. Greco, who we're going to be calling as a witness here next, with respect to your redevelopment of this historic property.
Yeah, so myself and the other ownership representative within the entity are very much construction people. We do historic construction, reconstruction. We are very active in Irving Park and Greensboro, properties like that have are, historic reconstruction is very specialized, and it's something that we do very regularly. However, when it comes to this type of environment and understanding ordinances and town councils and zoning, that's not really our specialty. So we reached out to Mr. Greco because this is something that he deals with routinely, and routinely within Oak Ridge. So we asked him to come in and help us out a little bit with this side of things.
And so just to confirm, he's authorized to testify this evening on behalf of the applicant in this
Absolutely.
hearing?
He's been hand in hand with us from the beginning, so.
And just keeping in mind that one of the factors the council is considering in connection with this hearing relates to the compatibility and the harmony of the proposed use with respect to the context in which the property sits. Could you just briefly summarize the use, event center? Sure. Talk a little bit about your plans and what that means.
So this is a property, look, we've done extensive research on this property, going all the way back to the Donnells, who we have spoken with, the Honeycutts, who we have spoken with. This house has always been a fixture in the community. It's been used in the past for things like cotillion classes. It's been used for fundraising events for the military academy. It has been used for other community events. It's been a place especially through the late 70s to early 2000s where people congregated. I mean, this was a very well-known property and a family, a multitude of families who invited people in. So with that, you know, when we say event space, what we mean is somewhere that the community can gather, the community can utilize. We have lots of ideas, but also, you know, this is going to be a space that could be utilized for a multitude of gatherings, events, parties, to the community's benefit. So really, that's what we're looking to do. We're really looking to return it to kind of the focal point that it was previously, and we hope can be for the foreseeable future.
Well, thank you for that. Just real quick, too, can you confirm that Hobson Taylor Investments LLC is willing to accept the role consistent with the amendment by council as the applicant for purposes of this special use permit moving forward?
I can, yes.
Okay. No further questions, Mr. Mayor, for this witness. I don't know if there's any cross-exam.
Let them keep going.
Keep going then. Mr. Thomas?
Mayor, again, this is quasi-judicial. You sit as judges. You have the right to question witnesses yourself. This is not like a public hearing where you let everybody speak and then you all discuss it afterwards.
Okay.
Council has completed his examination. He's effectively tendering the witness either to an opposing party, which we haven't seen any support, or to this council. So if you have any questions, you can ask that witness.
Mr. Greason, do you have any?
Not at this moment.
Snyder?
Yeah, I do. I have a few questions. So it's exciting that you're trying to care for this historic building. How specifically, in terms of materials and practices, are you preserving, for instance, the historic exterior of the building?
We're doing what we can within reason, right? So it will go back to a wood exterior, you know, wood and painted. We are doing what we can with maintaining some of the materials that we've removed from the site to bring it back. There's some, you know, stone stairways that we're trying to bring back. We have preserved a lot of the original brick that we would like to reuse. Honestly, I think, we didn't go back to a cedar roof. So that was something that was a little difficult. But, you know, we are maintaining a lot of the chimney structures. And we've gone back with, you know, higher level materials, copper flashing, things like that, to really try to, you know, preserve that historic aspect of it. So yeah, we're doing what we can for sure. And we're even repurposing some of the outbuildings to bring that to the interior to you know, maintain as much of that history as we can.
And what are the proposed hours of operation on weeknights and weekends and holidays?
We will follow whatever the ordinance requires. I would point to council on that. I'm not 100% sure what the ordinance states, but we will follow all of the ordinance's requirements.
You anticipate being open 7 days a week? I'm just curious.
Honestly, I think.
I don't think the ordinance speaks to that.
Yeah, I think, you know, with an event space or anything where people can utilize it, we will make it available 7 days a week. Whether it gets used and is open, I think that's, you know, to be determined.
And what are the key changes you're making in the interior? For instance, what is the sort of the interior going to be like, and what's its capacity planned to be?
Yeah, I believe, again, the ordinance speaks to this, what the capacity or the application speaks to this. The interior is remaining very similar to what was available. We are moving some walls around. We had some structural issues. Obviously, when we bought it, the house was in very, very bad shape. So we had some structural issues we had to address. So, you know, things like the plaster and lath that was originally the house was built with, we are maintaining it to the extent we can. But, you know, the house was literally falling down around the foundation when we bought it. So we're doing what we can, but the layout of the house is not changing significantly from what it was when it was built, or at least what it was when we bought it. I don't know
Right,
what was
right.
done.
Well, I'll stop, and if the others don't ask the additional questions I have, I'll tack on a few at the end. I don't want to dominate this.
Ms. Clark?
Yeah, I just had questions about, you mentioned in regards to harmony with the surrounding environment and your plans, you said you researched that it had been used for various events in the past. You said cotillion, fundraising. So I guess I'm just curious how, if this was back before an event center designation existed, I'm not sure who'd give kind of clarification on that, and/or, how that was accommodated. Do you know the details of how that was facilitated at the time?
I can only tell you what I heard from, the families that owned it previous,
Okay.
which is, again, I don't know if, it's, okay. So, so we were told, the military academy used to be dry. So they would have fundraising events and staff events at the house because they could serve alcohol. So that was when the Pinedos owned it back between, the late 70s and up until we purchased it, but really I think until the late 90s, early 2000s. Mrs. Pinedo was a cotillion coach, so she held cotillion classes on premises. As far as whether that was authorized or zoned, I really can't speak to that.
Do you have any idea of the capacity that was at these previous events?
I don't.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
okay.
Mr. Stone?
Yep, so, and I'm going to ask similar questions about interior capacity. I'm not understanding the number, okay? How many people are allowed to be in that house when completed at one time?
I think I'll have to let I think there's other
We do
witnesses.
plan to conduct examination of Mr. Greco about those kind of technical issues.
Yep.
I will say, it says 150 on the site plan.
Yeah, I was going to say, I believe it's 150. From the capacity on the interior, it's a 4,800 square foot house, so it's not as completed, 4,500 square feet as completed. I don't think 150 is going to be an issue. In fact, I think it probably could hold more, but
So all levels of the home will be used for public gathering?
absolutely. Yeah, the entire home will be available for public access.
And you had mentioned that the family invited a community in the past into their home, and then you said that the community, this would be a place where the community can gather. That sounds rather vague to me. Do you mean that the general public will be able to gather, or the community?
The community and the general public, we will offer it. There is no restriction into who could utilize the premises. So hopefully, look, we envision as owners having community events, right? Open to the residents of Oak Ridge and surrounding areas. We know right down the street, there's a house that does that. There's art, they do, art galleries and things like that. We absolutely envision inviting everybody in. We want this to be a place that the community can utilize.
Thank you.
And I guess I have a question. So the previous uses, do you know if that was hosted solely inside the building or outside the building or any?
I
Okay.
can't speak to that. No, I don't know. I also know it was a private residence at the time, so I would assume that it was somewhat limited in access. So,
I don't know if you can answer this or we wait for Mr. Greco. I'm more interested in the issues of noise and light pollution. Can you comment on that, or will Mr. Greco cover
He'll
that?
be able to comment better, but like I said, we will be well within, the bounds of the ordinance as written. There is noise and other restrictions within the ordinance, so.
Back to you,
So
Mr.
would you possibly have outdoor bands at night?
Again, there is the potential for, outdoor entertainment, but again, there are decibel level restrictions within the ordinance that we will abide by.
And parking, so I think there are 34 or 38 parking spaces, and the assumption is that you can have up to 4 people per car, but it's kind of tricky because not everybody travels 4 to a car. Often people go as couples. So how, will you have an area for drop-off by, things like Uber, where cars can turn around and make drop-offs? I didn't really see that in that parking lot.
You can see the parking there.
Yeah.
There's definitely ability to pull in, drop off, back out and pull out. It is the idea, look, the 4 per parking and the 150, allowed guests is just driven by numbers by ordinance and restrictions and DOT and things like that.
Right.
We are meeting all of those requirements, and that is what's driving the numbers at this point.
And you referred to the house down the road. Are you talking about Gray Gables in Summerfield?
No, there's a house on Oak Ridge Road that I have seen, have attended some different like art events and things like that.
Are you talking about Oakhurst, a private residence, or Maple Bluff?
It is a private residence.
Yeah, Oakhurst, okay, okay.
it's a private
So your LLC would potentially host your own events where you would invite the public?
Mm-hmm.
And are you familiar with Gray Gables in Summerfield?
Absolutely,
Okay,
yeah.
so I think they do that sort of thing. So you're envisioning that, but you're also envisioning that if I want to hold a retirement party for my husband, I can rent it and do that. Or if his daughter wants to get married, that sort of thing. Or if I have a meeting with a lot of people, my
Absolutely.
business, I can do that.
Yep.
So it's a whole range of events, and at this point, you don't know how those events will break down.
We don't. We can look at other event spaces around Greensboro, Winston, Summerfield. We can get some ideas, but we can't really speak to how that will break down, no.
Have you, and I know you've said you're going to comply with all of the noise and all those sorts of things, but are you anticipating having sort of usage rules, both to protect yourself, but also to protect the surrounding neighborhoods from folks who might want to do on-street parking? Do you?
Oh, yeah, no, obviously, that's, the special use permit gives us very clear guidelines of what we can and cannot do. And in order to maintain that special use permit, we have to follow those guidelines. So yes, we will have on-site staff. Anytime there's a third-party event, we will have on-site staff that will ensure those requirements.
So you will, I don't know if you've done this already, but you will think through how you will deal with any complaints or any renters who don't follow the rules. You've got your on-site staff, but sometimes
On-site staff,
in the
on-site security, we've.
security,
Yeah, there are absolutely, based on size and things like that of different events, there are, I would say, certain sizes and things like that that would require additional staff, potentially different staff. If you're having I don't know, a corporate event with 20 people, you know, maybe a event coordinator is adequate. If you're having a wedding of 150 people, you're going to require a little different staff. And obviously, if that's third party, that cost would be passed on, you know, things like that. This is very, I think, this is very regular for event spaces and things like that.
Right.
Throughout Guilford County, so.
Yes, and we've learned about that as well, but this is on a larger scale. Do you have experience managing this sort of
I
event
don't
center?
personally, but we do have a staff that is very familiar with the industry and that would, you know, that understands how this is all works and has done it at other venues in the past. And that's who will be running the venue portion.
And how do you feel that this event center is in harmony with the surrounding RS40 neighborhood that to date has had no kind of commercial entity right inside of it?
Well, you know, we've spoken to the neighbors. We've even, you know, we had a sort of a yard sale out there. I don't know if you all are aware of this, but there was quite a bit of historic memorabilia in the house, and we invited the community in. You know, it was an active construction zone, so we could only show so much, but, you know, we had lots of the community come through and discussed our plans, and everybody was very supportive of it. They were excited about it. They liked the idea of it. I would say we had zero detraction on the day. Now, that doesn't mean there's not detractors, right? But, you know, we had probably over 200 people come through that event and had unbelievable support. Again, to the descendants of the Donnells and the Honeycutts and neighbors. We've spoken to neighbors. Everybody seems somewhat, I don't know if excited is the right word, but definitely supportive.
Thank you.
I have another question on the parking. So you're figuring 4 times 38, you get your number. What if you only have 2.5 people in a car? And you have a sellout event, 150 capacity. Where are you going to put those cars? That would 2.5 times 38 would be 95.
Well,
You've got to have,
first of all, the capacity is driven by the parking spaces. So the people who would have the space would understand the capacity. So if they can't fit all the cars, then they would definitely have to have, you know, Uber or Lyft or somebody like that.
I just want to make sure we don't get parking on 150 in Bunch Road.
Yeah, I don't think
that would be a
it's
nightmare.
legal to park on 150, so I don't think.
I know, but I can see, you know how parties go.
Wait a minute. If I'm not mistaken, there's supposed to be, for overflow, there's supposed to be a parking plan for overflow. You don't have a parking plan for overflow?
We have spoken with the churches down the street. We have spoken with the property owners across the street. Again, we're not going to enter into any contracts until we actually know we have a special use permit. But there are property owners that have discussed, like, if we needed to overflow and shuttle, that we could do it. But again, we're not, right now, this is, you know, it's a capacity versus parking space issue. We've limited our capacity to the parking spaces provided. And obviously, like I said, we have staff on hand. We are discussing with surrounding property owners overflow capacity if there was the situation where there was other people. But otherwise, we just tell them that they need to go park somewhere else and get an Uber. It is how most places handle overflow parking, for sure.
I had a question as well. As far as the previous events you said were hosted there, and the interior, you said you were kind of leaving it generally how it was. Are there interior gathering spaces already set up for this kind of event center?
So, yeah, I mean, it's a classic, you know, early 1900s style home. So most of the house connects, both upstairs and downstairs connects through. We are removing some wall, like where there were French doors, we're making that an open partition, so you'll have a walk-through. Similarly, upstairs, we're kind of taking very small bedrooms and turning it into, a larger space. But it's, again, it is how those houses were constructed, so.
I mean, is there a event room, like a gathering room or event room
Yeah, we have
in there,
a
or would there
sure, we
be-
have a larger event room, we have a smaller, which we envision, putting, if you wanted a 50-person event, you could put it in there. We have a smaller kind of gathering space for what would be like corporate events, things like that, where you could fit maybe, 20 people. There will be a kitchen. And then upstairs, there's, again, multiple rooms where you could fit, another, again, probably 100 people. You could easily fit more people than we will be allowed to have per the ordinance.
Did I understand correctly, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but did I understand correctly, said that if the attendance of an event exceeded the parking maximum, which is like 152 people, that you'd cap attendance?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, we're capped per the ordinance.
Any further questions?
You're going to have someone at the door clicking off people coming in.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, if it's an event that would be of that size, I've envisioned very few events of that size, but if there were events of that size, my guess is that would be a wedding or something like that, then absolutely, we would, first of all, we'd be arranging the tables, we'd be arranging the place settings, we'd be arranging all of that. So, many wedding venues, event spaces are capped, and yeah, we would monitor that for sure.
I did have a question. I'm not sure if it would be directed towards you or staff. So the noise, so I'm referring to the section 30-1048 Event Center ordinance, where it gives general requirements for event centers, not just for special use permits, where it says noise, electronic amplified sound generated in conjunction with any event should not be located within 100 feet of residentially zoned properties and not exceed 80 decibels at any time. Do we know where that sound would be measured from? If that is measured at the speaker or at a certain distance, or?
That would be measured from the adjacent property. Like if there's a resident and where the complaint is being made, that resident can allow an officer on their property to measure those decibels from there. And then also they can measure that from on site as well.
I mean, I guess to ensure that, let's say if there were an event, to ensure that it was within that decibel limit, I would imagine that there'd be perhaps staff on site or someone kind of managing that if there was amplified music.
Usually,
Right.
from when I've been involved, going back from previous town I worked in, when we had this type of thing, usually what an officer would like to do, instead of showing up on the site where the event is taken, because usually that automatically, somebody sees them coming and they turn the volume down, and they don't have any evidence of what happened. So usually they'll come up to another property and measure from another property, so then they can have evidence of such action. And then that is their evidence they need to, in this instance, way our ordinance is written, to shut that down.
So we follow the county ordinances on noise, right?
Well, with this specific ordinance, we went a lot more restrictive, where we made it actually, nowhere else in our ordinance is there a place where a specific noise level is specified in decibels.
But they have also a limit on what time at night, is it 10
In
or
the,
11?
in their ordinance, it's 11 o'clock. So this is 9 o'clock for amplified music within this.
Okay.
So the amplified events end at 9 PM and no outside activities conducted after 11 PM.
Correct.
So, Mr. Taylor, can you point me to a section of the ordinance that caps attendance, that caps the maximum number of people that could be on this property at one time for this?
Well, there's multiple things ways that it's capped. One is the limited amount of parking that was allowed within the parking specifications on this. That limited the amount of parking that could be put on site for this. And one of those is multiple factors. It limits the size of an event, and it also limits the size of a parking area in a residential area next to, with some type of use like this.
But that
So-
doesn't cap the
But
attendance.
what determines your capacity is the fire code is going to cap capacity within the house. And more than likely, after experiencing with what we have with our own, now with the farmhouse event center, with that type of space in a historic house, you're going to already be limited on multiple factors. One is the size of the space is number one, but there's also more things that the building code looks at as far as like how the structure is up under those areas too. So if the structure is not built to support a certain weight, it cannot, that would reduce capacity. And more with this being a historic house, the chance of them, there is no chance of them putting 100 people within that house. They
How about
cannot.
outside? How about outside?
Outside, that's where you get your capacity is with them putting up a tent. And if you look at their site plan, they're limited on their tent size with an event like that.
So you think that the fire department is going to limit the indoor capacity to more like 100?
That would be up for it wouldn't be the fire department, it'd be the fire marshal
I
for the
mean, fire
county.
marshal, right.
For interior events would be limited. They will set, the fire marshal will set the capacity on the interior of the house.
I have another question. So do you think you would be open during the week for music outside? During the Monday through Friday or Thursday?
I can't speak to that. I mean,
Because I would be, well, I'm not going to say what that, but I just want to,
yeah, I mean,
The
I
answer to that
I really can't speak to that. I mean, outdoor events tend to take place on the weekends.
understand that, but
Yeah, but, I mean, but we would follow whatever restrictions are in place per the special use permit guidelines.
okay, thank you.
So, again, Mr. Taylor, I'm going to go back, not trying to beat a dead horse here, but outside, if there's, let's pick a number, 100 people inside, if that's what the fire marshal says the capacity's at for inside the house, how many people could be outside the house while those people are inside the house?
There is no, what would set that limit if they had a tent set up outside, a large.
What if they don't have a tent, they can have people
If they
in the
don't
yard?
have a tent set up, then they're limited by the buffers, and then that's where you follow the sound buffers, and then, and all that. And the sound, the buffer of sound with that, with the decibel levels, that does not just include music sound, that includes, if it's a crowd making over 80 decibels of noise, that's counted too. So that justifies that too. So if, I mean, the people can't, the crowd that is there cannot be screaming and hollering, because that goes towards the decibel levels as well. That's limited on that. So it couldn't be, you couldn't have a major rock concert there or any other type of large concert there, because that decibel level is automatically eliminating that right there.
I understand that, but with my tongue planted firmly in my cheek, We could
But
add-
with the crowd size, they could have innumerable people outside. But that's where, with the parking and then with the,
I do think when Mr. Greco speaks, he will address that.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh,
Appreciate it.
one final question. Does your LLC, I assume there's one, but do your LLCs run any other event centers?
Do our LLCs run any other? No. No, we do not.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As our next witness, we'd like to call Mr. Greco to the stand.
Welcome back.
Good evening, sir. If you could please state your full name and your business address for the record.
My name is Bill Greco. I'm with Land Solutions. My address is P.O. Box 347 in Oak Ridge. I'm here tonight as a consultant to the applicant.
Mr. Greco, could you summarize your professional background and credentials, please?
Quick summary as to special use permits. We have been in business in Oak Ridge since, I think, 97, approaching 97, 98. Have completed special use permitting on and off throughout that time. It's certainly not something that comes up every day, but we were part of the Gardens at Gary Gables, which is Summerfield Farms in Summerfield. And we recently completed a very, very large facility project with a special use permit in Brown Summit.
Do you have any professional licenses? Mr. Greco?
PLS,
Can you explain what that stands for?
Professional Land Surveyor.
Thank you. Are you familiar with the development ordinance for the town of Oak Ridge?
Yes, sir.
Do you work with it on a regular basis?
Weekly.
Do you consider yourself an expert with respect to the development of real property within the jurisdictional limits of the town of Oak Ridge?
Yes.
Have you worked on multiple structures and real estate developments within the boundaries of the town of Oak Ridge?
I have, yes.
And again, that's for how long that you've been doing that?
Be the 29th year.
So moving beyond your general credentials, and just if you could briefly summarize your familiarity with this specific proposal.
This proposal, as far as myself, we've done this one completely in-house, start to finish, beginning with the text amendment, following up with the site plan and the application and the uses developed thereon.
So are you responsible for the development of the site plan for this?
Yes.
And I call it a project. We're talking about an application for a special use permit, but talk a little bit about what you've done aside from the special use permit aspect of this, if you could.
On this site,
Yes.
with the design of any site, there are a number of factors to take into consideration. There's all the natural factors with topography and watersheds and flood zones and those types of issues. There's constructability issues, and then you certainly have volumes of regulations that must be analyzed to see if they're applicable to the site, and if so, how can you make the site or the project meet that criteria?
At this point, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to tender Mr. Greco as an expert witness in this proceeding, based on his credentials and his familiarity with this project and with the development ordinance. We'll be using him in that capacity, but also as a fact witness, if that's acceptable.
That's okay.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Greco, I know you just heard the council ask a number of questions to Mr. Fogel, and maybe the quickest way to get into that, I know that you have more familiarity with some of these issues on a technical level as far as what the code requires, what the development ordinance requires. Can you talk a little bit about the parking and traffic issues relating to this special use permit application?
Yes, sir, I can. So typically with the conditions for approval, we have two sections. The first section speaks to some fairly basic items. The proposed use is represented by an S in the column for the district in which it's located. We can confirm that is true for this site. The next item there is proposed conditions meet or exceed development standards found in Article 9. So I'll paraphrase the ordinance from memory. I'm certain we have the ability to pull it up if we need to. Article 9 regulations speak to signage, parking, landscaping, standards for individual uses, fences, and outdoor lighting. So our plan has been submitted. We certainly in-house prior to submittal cross-checked all those items. Your staff has done the same. So with regards to those items and this site plan, there's a couple of things that have been mentioned earlier that I'll circle back to and tie them to the ordinance. I'm going to start with amplified sound. In addition to the discussion already had, there is a physical measurement that you can see on that site plan where amplified sound is permitted and where amplified sound is prohibited. So that is in our ordinance, and we've certainly represented that. So what that means in layman's terms is you can't have a guitar on the other side of that line or a drum or anything else or amplified sound of any type. So in addition to your decibel levels, you've got these physical restrictions that can be confirmed by staff or by any enforcement personnel who may be called out to confirm that. The parking and the maximum attendance is confusing to understand, but I'll attempt to address that. The physical building itself, I think we've made it clear that the capacity inside the building is determined by the fire marshal. With any site plan, you have to do parking calculations based on your max attendance. So in the bottom left of our site plan, we have declared our maximum attendance to be 150 people. As part of this process, assuming a special use permit is granted, that site plan is part and parcel of what you're approving. That goes on record. If there's ever an issue with enforcement in the future, your staff will pull that out and see what is the number that you're supposed to have at this site. With regards to overflow parking and a plan for said parking, your ordinance provides that an overflow off-site parking plan may be prepared and must be reviewed by staff prior to any such event. So if we had a sneaky suspicion that we're going to need more than the on-site parking, we will present to staff a plan, which is typically involves shuttles, traffic control in the form of folks in the high-vis that are standing out at the road directing cars in and out, folks who we can stripe off a few spaces for that Uber to come in and make a quick loop and go back out. But if that becomes a necessity, the ordinance prescribes how we are to prepare the plan, submit the plan, and what you guys' responsibility as a town is to ensure at that review that our overflow parking plan meets your ordinance in all regards. But again, that plan is very key to all of these things.
Could I interject for one quick moment here? You're saying we being
The project,
the operator of the facility?
correct.
Is that fair?
Correct.
Based on your familiarity with the development ordinance, is it your understanding that the special use permit, if issued, would be binding on a future owner if this facility were to be sold to another operator?
That's correct. Special use permits, there's a couple of things worth mentioning in the ordinance. One, they are revocable. If in the future council has cause, you can certainly initiate proceedings to revoke a special use permit. Secondly, they do transfer with the property, not an individual entity or owner or company or anything of that nature.
Okay, thank you for that. If you could get back into the, I know you've talked a little bit about the parking and you've talked a little bit about the noise. Are there any other code issues that you've worked through in your development of the site plan to ensure that the proposed event center will be consistent with the development ordinance?
We typically work through these items as we are preparing plans and working with both staff and our owners or clients. This use, as far as consistency with the purposes of the district description, it speaks to low-density development. That's certainly represented by that plan, and that's true. The district also allows a number of permitted uses. So they're either permitted by right, they're permitted with development standards, or it could be permitted with a special use permit, which is what we are doing here. So those uses could be such things as athletic fields, clubs, lodge, equestrian facilities, swimmer tennis club, and of course, event centers. So compatibility is spelled out for us in the ordinance. Our permitted use table does not have incompatible uses within districts. A poor example may be that you can't build a Walmart in a residential district. They're not compatible. That's been determined for us by our ordinance as amended. It's already compatible and therefore harmonious if it meets all of the conditions for your permitting process, again, whether that's by right, whether that's development standards or special use. If the use is permitted, you're compatible. Harmony is determined by, can you demonstrate that your site will be developed in accordance with all the applicable rules and regulations.
If I could just jump in real quick, one of the requirements is that the proposed conditions meet or exceed the development standards found in Article 9, and I know you mentioned that briefly. Is it your testimony that that is the case with the subject permit application? In other words, that the proposed conditions meet or exceed the development standards found in Article 9?
Correct. Everything on this site plan, to my knowledge, and conditions thereof meet or exceed ordinance requirements, and no evidence has been presented to us by staff or any other party to say otherwise.
Is it also your testimony that the proposed event center use, in accordance with the special use permit that has been applied for, is consistent with the purposes of the district and compatible surrounding uses based on your extensive experience with land development issues?
We certainly believe that the location and the character and the harmony of this use, if developed as presented and permitted, would be in harmony. A number of items have already been touched on as far as preservation of the structure. We're not clear-cutting the property and building a 5-story glass and steel building. Again, poor example, but an example nonetheless. There are landscape requirements that are very extensive, fencing, all of these things that fall into place. The scale and the architecture of the building will remain almost as it was. And again, proposing no new structures. Parking is deliberately placed beyond the front building line of the building to keep that internal. If you look at that site plan, we've tried to keep the lawn space and the parking by design on purpose as tucked in, if you will, as possible. We don't have an expansive bay of parking along Oak Ridge Road. We certainly don't have any event space or anything else pushed against adjacent property lines. We've brought everything as interior to the site as possible, given existing conditions. Also worth mentioning, along those same lines, this request, this permit, this package, these conditions, we are not asking for any waivers. We're not asking for any variances. We're not asking for any relief or reduction in standards whatsoever as it relates to the ordinance.
Thank you for clarifying that. Have you considered whether the use, if developed in accordance with a special use permit, would not materially endanger the public health or safety of any persons here in the town of Oak Ridge?
Yes, sir. Public health and safety items as it relates to this type of application and this site in particular, some that come to mind would be those that are regulated by agencies other than Oak Ridge as dictated in the ordinance. So for example, Guilford County Environmental Health will certainly be involved with the permitting and approval and oversight of septic, of well. NCDOT comes into play when it comes to a commercial driveway permit and the operation of that facility and that parking. Guilford County, State of North Carolina, Town of Oak Ridge, there are multiple regulatory items as dictated by ordinance. This site is essentially at step 2 of potentially moving forward. And on a going forward basis, all of the health and safety concerns are spelled out for us in the ordinance, what permit we have to have, what agency we get that from.
So to be clear, all of those other agencies and their regulations, they apply despite the issuance of the special use permit. Is that fair? That all of those other rules still will apply to this development?
Correct. The special use permit in and of itself does not negate or supersede or reduce any public health, safety, and welfare requirements.
So just to be clear, is it your testimony that this use pursuant to the special use permit will not materially endanger the public health or safety?
That is correct, yes.
And is it your testimony that the proposed use in accordance with the requested special use permit will meet all required conditions and specifications under applicable ordinances of the town of Oak Ridge?
That is correct.
There's another consideration here that is required to be the subject of testimony, and that is whether the use would substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting properties. I'd just like your testimony, please, for the council on that topic.
My response to that would be twofold. The ordinance has built in through Article 9 and other chapters safeguards to preserve, protect adjacent properties. All of the things that we've been speaking about this evening with regards to setbacks and buffers and fencing and parking, all of that. The ordinance predetermines a lot of that, which we comply with. Secondly, as we do with many projects, I am not a North Carolina licensed real estate appraiser. However, using publicly available tax data and some other information, we did take a look at similar sites. Garden at Gay Gables being the most similar site, and we could not uncover any decrease in adjoining property owners as a result of that site coming into operation, nor could we at Summerfield Farms.
Is your testimony about that based in part on your knowledge of the site plan and the intentional decisions that were made in creating the site plan to ensure the lack of off-site negative impacts?
Correct. Our site plan, our ordinance, and our design and our staff input, it all comes together to ensure that we are having the most minimal impact on our neighbors as possible in all categories, not just value or harmony or character.
Would you personally feel okay living next door to this facility?
Absolutely.
The ordinance also requires testimony concerning whether the location and the character of the use as an event center, subject to the site plan that's been submitted, and of course, subject to the proposed special use permit, would be in harmony. That's the word we've heard earlier tonight. That it would be in harmony with the area and in general conformity with the development ordinances of the town of Oak Ridge. And based on your familiarity with the prevailing land uses and the development ordinance, could you testify about that criteria? that there would be harmony and conformity with the plan of development?
So yes, again, I think our ordinance is the number one tool to look at when we speak about harmony through the use of zoning districts, through the use of permitted uses within those districts. It simply doesn't allow things that aren't harmonious to exist in the same district. It also, the ordinance adds layers of protection and additional regulation and additional scrutiny to any use within a district that needs such special attention. And this is certainly one of those cases where we have additional, the ordinance is essentially asking us questions. Do you meet this? Can you provide that? This is a hard and fast rule. We create the site plan in accordance with that, and of course, staff reviews that, and any deficiencies they will note, and will adjust as needed. Conformity with our documented plans, again, if we look at this plan of development as proposed, this special use permit as proposed, it is in conformity with all of our processes and procedures necessary for the issuance of a special use permit.
And it is the case, I believe your testimony, but let's be clear about this. Your testimony is that this event center use is a use allowed as of right in residential zoning, specifically by the development ordinance. Is that correct?
It's a permitted use with special use permit,
Which is what we're here for.
which is what we're here for this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this time, I have no further questions for Mr. Greco.
Council, it's time for us to ask Mr. Greco questions that he's.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
From turning left on Bunch onto 150, coming from the high school, how far would it be to the, approximately to the parking entrance?
I don't see that well anymore. If you can
I know, but
scroll
you-
down, I could take a guess at it.
Not that far, really.
1, 2, there's three numbers I can see there. If we can zoom in a little tighter, I just can't see them. Storage lane there where you would make a left turn.
100 yards.
So you got traffic coming from to the west on 150. Oh, sorry. You got traffic going west on 150 towards Bunch and the site there. You got cars turning to the left, and 250 foot, you could have an entrance into a parking lot. I mean, during busy
sorry?
hours, that could be a big problem.
There's two things I would say to your statement. It could be a big problem. First and foremost, we would be required to get a commercial driveway permit from the North Carolina Department of Transportation. As part of their analysis, I have to meet them out there with my staff, and we have to replicate that entrance on the ground. And they look at things such as speed limit, traffic count, and what we call sight distances. At the conclusion of their analysis, they will dictate to us what is required to make that entrance safe on the state's road network. They could say, add a turn lane, widen the road, straighten the road, add a stoplight, add 2 stoplights. There's no limit to NCDOT's power to ensure that an entrance is safe. We don't have the answer to that today because we're not at that stage in the process. But there's certainly much more oversight, and we, as part of the special use permit process, we're not in a position to include that analysis at this decision-making point, other than to point out, like I said, it is regulated by what our ordinance dictates the authority to North Carolina Department of Transportation.
Okay, no further questions.
Ms. Clark?
So I guess I could ask you to clarify on your point about the harmony, saying that according to ordinance, the fact that the permitted use has a special use permit in RS40, you're saying that is indicative that it is in harmony with other RS40 zoning surrounding it? Is that right?
Correct. The way permitted uses in a permitted use table are established and developed is you group things that are either harmonious by right and get along with each other and play well, or you add some additional standards to that called development standards, or you require a special use permit, which is the highest level of scrutiny. If those permitted uses and permitted use tables were not in the ordinance, we would have no reason for districts. You could just apply for any use. You could come make your case why a Sheetz gas station would be okay in an RS40 district if we did not have these already grouped and arranged in such a way that you can't put a dynamite factory next to a church. There's certain standards to keep those uses that are in harmony within those districts.
Right, and so I guess, based on my understanding, it would be, as you said, they group harmonies by right. So if I were looking at the table, I would think that if something was granted as a right, that would mean that the harmony with the surrounding area was by default. But since it says special use permitted, that it is something that we need to determine if it does harmonize with the surrounding area based on facts and criteria other than just the fact the ordinance says special use permit.
It's an additional layer of scrutiny. For example, in this case, in this site, in this use, an event center, first and foremost, in this district must be on 3 acres. Why does it need to be on 3 acres? Because that's very unusual within an RS40 district to have lots of that size. So all of the criteria in the ordinance elevates it, but it is still, assuming you meet the criteria, assuming you're successful in obtaining your permit, the question of harmony is answered at that point. Again, we're not asking for a waiver or a variance. If I was asking for a special use permit on a 1 acre site and trying to convince council why the ordinance was wrong and it should go there, that's a different circumstance. We're not asking for any relief on anything. And like I mentioned before, there are multiple uses available within the RS40 district. It's not a homogeneous district. There's commercial operations directly across the street from this, and other uses that any property owner could apply for.
Right, and so you mentioned the additional requirements in the ordinance for special use permit RS40 or agricultural zoning. And those are some additional qualifications, but I guess it's my understanding that we have to, it's 2 separate items. One is that it meets the ordinance where the section 30, 1048, those are the ordinances that it meets. So basically saying in RS40 zoning, it has to meet certain ordinances, not only the general event center ordinances, but also these additional ones, like you mentioned, the minimum 3 acres. But then in addition to meeting the ordinances, the question of harmony with the surrounding area and, injure value and the other things that your attorney talked about, those are a separate qualification to determine, right? So I guess that's where I'm looking for if there's additional information about harmony with the area other than meeting the ordinances, because I see that as kind of 2 separate requirements.
I think the question of harmony could certainly be looked at in 2 ways. First and foremost, and most importantly, is the ordinance and the applicable regulations, rules, standards, this permit process. Secondly, council has to arrive at a findings of fact, and what you're seeking to find as a fact is, will this use as presented and permitted be in harmony with the surroundings? as we are here this evening, again, we've heard nothing technically from staff. No one has presented evidence to the contrary as to a specific item on this site plan or about this event center that would cause disharmony. So we have extensive landscaping requirements, much more so than almost anywhere else, any other district or use. We have fencing requirements. We have requirements on where and how loud outdoor activities can be conducted. We have requirements about parking. We have additional requirements if overflow parking is needed. We have to submit additional planning for that. We have the fact that a special use permit is revocable, so if we fall flat, we being the project team here, if we fall flat on our face in 6 months and we are proven to be disharmonious, this council in this town has every authority to say, you no longer have a special use permit because you were disharmonious, tricky word. But everything is designed to enhance those standards and make sure. It's not like if I were building any project that's permitted by right, I apply for a permit, I get it. There's no discussion, there's no talk, there's no debate. Staff checks boxes, I pay fees, I go about my way. All of this is designed to ensure that we can arrive at a harmonious site.
Okay, and so I guess, again, just to clarify my question, because I see that as the event center ordinance requirements are kind of the minimum standard that even if it were in a zoned area that allows event center by right, it would still have to meet those same criteria of noise, parking, landscaping, all of that are kind of the minimums for event center regardless. So I'm not sure that I could, again, tie that as a fact towards the harmonious argument that we're looking for, because those are required of properties by right as well and not special use permit. It's just gonna, if you follow my train of thought, that wouldn't necessarily grant a special use permit if it's required even by properties by right for event centers.
There's a difference in the permitting process. If something is permitted by right, you don't have to have a special use permit.
Right. And so I guess that's what I'm asking, if there's additional information towards the harmonious aspect, because these are not just special use permit characteristics.
It would be safe to assume that this process of applying for this public hearing, this evidentiary hearing, testimony this evening, all of that, to be candid and not to bounce it right back to you, but that is the point of the special use permit, is to double, triple check staff input, testimony, council discussion the night of, as we're doing now, and the follow-up on the back end on the special use permit being revocable, which is unlike a use by right. You don't have any authority to go close down that McDonald's or that Wendy's or that Sherwin-Williams. You can stop any operation that's operating with a special use permit.
Right. And so, yeah, I guess the origin of a lot of the questions, I think, do relate to the harmony. And, you know, with a special use permit, I believe we are entitled to, if there was a sticking point, we have the ability to impose certain conditions with special use permits.
That is correct.
Right. So I guess that's more of a statement, not a question.
Yeah, that is correct. That's something I haven't pointed out. You can, if you say to the property owner, you would like to impose a condition, that's up to you.
Yeah. All right, yeah, I'm done.
Yep. Maybe I misunderstood, but did you state that there was a maximum attendance on the site plan? Or Mr. Taylor, can you point to that?
Bottom left, there's a parking,
I'm glad this is coming back up because I made a mistake earlier because staff also, just like council, is when we're doing special use permits, it's not something that we do all the time. And this is actually in my 9 years here, this is the first one I've done. So what I forgot to mention, when you do a special use permit, this plat will become ordinance with this site. So when with the parking requirements on here and their capacity limit, with that 150, they are by ordinance, if this is approved, limiting capacity to that by ordinance. So that will maximize that for this site. And that's what I should have realized where I had the brain lapse earlier, is this does become ordinance. So that's where, when you look at, when on our official zoning map I have on our GIS system, for this site, I would change this to RS40/SUP, so that whoever looks at this will know there's a special use permit on this property, and they'd have to refer to this plat as part of not only the requirements that are governing it by the residential zoning district standards, but this is even governed further by this permit, if approved.
Okay. There were comments made about the value of adjoining properties not being impacted. Will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting properties. Mr. Grieco, your testimony was that you noted studies that show this. Do you have any of those studies? Do you have any data?
I'll restate what I said earlier. I am not a North Carolina licensed real estate appraiser. What I am capable of doing is looking at public record. Garden at Gary Gables is operating under special use permit just to the east of this on Oak Ridge Road. Same road, very, very similar project, historic house. We looked at values. We see no decline in values from when that facility started. Property values surrounding it did not come down.
Do you have that data?
I do not. We can pull it up on the internet, I assume.
A follow-up question. Do you have the data you're comparing to the Gray Gables property? Do you have data on their special use permit, what the conditions are for that special use permit?
I did that one. If you have a question, I might remember it. It's similar to this. Their parking's limited. Their hours of operation are dictated by ordinance. There are similar noise restrictions within Summerfield, and they do, I believe, that permit has evolved over the years. I think a little bit it's tweaked, but it's a very similar process. All of Guilford County started from one development ordinance. All of the towns tweak and make small adjustments, but they don't take big swings at it. So it's pretty similar.
Okay. See, I will say that if we were to use that as information to compare to this special use permit, I would want to see the details of that permit to ensure that we were comparing apples to apples.
Yeah, I'm not comparing the permits to the permits. I'm just saying from a value perspective, that's the closest thing we had to reach out to say, did property values plummet based on public data in the area surrounding an event center operating with a special use permit? And the answer to that is no, the data does not show that. I don't have it with me tonight. You can pull it up.
Yeah, I just mean, for example, if I haven't been to the other event center, but if the event center had a extra condition of, no events past 3 p.m. and no outside events, that would be just I would want to make sure that the permits were comparable if we were saying we could use that as basis for a finding of fact that it would not injure adjacent property values.
The permits are very comparable. We did receive, I believe, some waivers on parking surface there. I think there's some gravel parking there, if I'm not mistaken, which is a lesser standard, in my opinion, than what we're applying for here.
One final question for me for now. Your statement was, and this isn't a quote, but if I understand it, that the special use permit that we're discussing is already compatible and harmonious due to the permitted use table. Is that generally
Fair.
okay? Is not the question of the location and the character of use being in harmony with the area that is to be located in, isn't the question of compatibility and harmony concerning the jurisdiction, which would be RS40, and the environment, which would be the neighborhood homes?
Read that question. Give me 1 second.
If the question of compatibility and harmony, as listed in item number 5, that the location and character of the use, if developed according to the plan submitted, is in harmony with the area in which is to be located and in general conformity with the plan development of the jurisdiction and environments. So the question is the compatibility and the harmony for a special use permit not concerning itself with the permitted use table, but with the jurisdiction that's listed here, which would be RS40, and the environs, which would be a residential neighborhood?
So it's both, and when we look at consistency with the purposes of the district, the purposes of the district are spelled out by the ordinance, and that's easy to track back and tie to the ordinance. Compatible with surrounding uses or compatible with its environs, the ordinance dictates certain standards, certain requirements, certain dimensions and landscaping and so forth and so on. The reason that those standards are there in part are to ensure compatibility with its environs. And then if we kind of look up from all of the minutia of the ordinance and we stand in the street in front of this property and we say, what is the environs here? So commercial property directly across the street, some other single-family structures as you look to the east and to the west. Around this property are backyards of an RS40 developed subdivision. So compatibility, as I analyze it and look at it, in this particular location, I see compatibility. I see commercial uses. It's on a major thoroughfare. If a landowner was to go into the middle of 12 Oaks and purchase 4 homes and say, I now own 4 acres. I'd like to get a special use. I'm gonna tear these houses down. I'm gonna do an event center here. Number one, I wouldn't take the case. It would meet some of the criteria and would be here in front of you, but those environs would be different. Wouldn't be on a thoroughfare. You would be lined up with adjacent properties. So I do believe it's compatible based on my experience with similar sites, based on my experience with developing other sites throughout Oak Ridge.
Can I pose a question to, I don't know if it's to the mayor or to the town clerk? I would like to hear from some of the other people who've come to speak here tonight. And would we have the ability to call Mr. Grieco back if necessary, if we have further questions? Thank you.
You have questions for Mr. Grieco?
No, I have no more questions at this point.
Mr. Mayor, I have no redirect, and the applicant rests at this point.
I do have a request for a 5-minute break, which we will do right now and then come back. This is a long process, and we need to hear from the people that have standing. So we'll come back. I got 10 minutes till.
I'm not back, start with that.
Can we come back to order, please? And we're now to the point where we'll get testimony from other parties withstanding. I'll reference you back to earlier in the evening when I told you that members of public who could show standing, which is meaning they will suffer special damages or provide relevant facts, can come forward.
Anybody's going to speak, have them come forward, be sworn.
Yeah, anybody that is going to speak at this time needs to come forward and be sworn in by Ms.
Smith.
Smith. I had to go through all her names. Sandra Pounds.
Boot. Ms. Boot. Anybody who's going to speak.
Anybody that's going to speak as a party with standing.
No one else is going to speak on the Special Events Center.
Okay.
Stand up, come forward.
Anybody that's going to speak, come forward so you can be sworn in.
I put my left hand and hold up my right.
Just this,
Yes.
the
So
Special
just-
Events Center.
Just this nice lady here.
In the testimony you're about to give, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Good evening, members of the Town Council. My name is Phaedra Loftus. I live with my husband and kids at 6619 Stonecroft Drive in the Ashton Park neighborhood. My property shares a direct boundary with the proposed project at 2524 Oak Ridge Road. I am appearing today as a party with legal standing, representing a collective of neighbors, many of whom are here tonight, who have signed the petition I am entering into the record as Exhibit A. I ask that my evidentiary packet be entered to the official record. My testimony today is based on the failure of the applicant to provide competent material and substantial evidence as required by North Carolina law for a special use permit. Under the humble oil standard included in the packet as Exhibit B, the burden of proof rests entirely on the applicant. If they have not proven with expert data that this site is safe and harmonious, the permit must be denied. I will first address environmental health. A review of the permit record in Exhibit C reveals a troubling pattern of procedural avoidance. Work began in late 2024 without permits. When cited in January 2025, the applicant filed strictly for residential upfits, and that pattern has continued until this day.
I'm going to object at this point because this is beyond the scope of the criteria that council is allowed to consider under North Carolina law and your development ordinance with respect to the special use permit, the past regulatory compliance. My client was accused of proceeding without permits. That's not a factor that can be considered by the council.
Is it a fact that can be considered if the same client had the same pattern at Gray Gables, which your client himself used as an example earlier in the evening?
Ma'am, I'm not allowed to answer your question. I'm sorry. But
Does
I
the
do
council
want
feel
my
that would be relevant?
I do want my objection noted for the record, and that's all I'm going to say.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Thomas, do you want to give advice?
Are you making a motion to strike?
They've heard it already. I don't want it to continue.
Counsel has indicated his objection is for the record, and the witness should proceed.
Okay. On November 20th, 2025, they secured septic approval for a 6-bedroom residential remodel, but you cannot operate a 150-person commercial event center on a residential septic. Under
15A NCAC 18E, Exhibit D, North Carolina law requires systems to be rated for waste strength according to use, not according to local zoning. Residential waste is low strength. A commercial venue with likely catering and alcohol surge loading produces high-strength wastewater. By bypassing a change of use permit, the applicant has avoided the mandatory safety studies required to prove that our groundwater, which we all drink, will not be contaminated by an overloaded system. Furthermore, the commercial well setback rule and the Guilford County well rules require that any well supply serving a commercial property is categorized as a shared well and must maintain a minimum 50-foot horizontal separation from any structure, including decks. The current well, according to this blueprint, is well within 50 feet of the building. Additionally, according to the plans filed with the county, the addition of a large deck that changes the footprint of the house significantly will make the septic and well approvals out of compliance. I only state that to say that working underneath a residential permit and pouring money into that when you just have to switch it to commercial use later is showing a pattern. Of paramount concern to the neighbors is the disparity in water consumption and septic surge loading. To illustrate the impact on our community, I'm submitting sworn testimony from the Summerfield Board of Adjustment regarding the gardens at Gray Gables. This venue, located just miles away, was specifically cited by the applicant, Mr. Greco, during our November 20th neighbor meeting as a previous project he worked on and used as an example for what we could expect. By the developer's own example, Gray Gables is the standard for this project. Therefore, the documented septic failures and noise disturbances at that site are a logical preview of what this neighborhood will face. According to the sworn testimony in the Summerfield Board of Adjustment hearing in January 2016, Exhibit F, regarding the Gray Gables special use permit, the venue faced significant septic surfacing and odor issues due to surge loading. In order to alleviate those issues, neighboring land had to be purchased. The initial problem that caused it, according to the town citations, were the septic system was rated for residential instead of commercial use. In our situation, when the site in question is smaller, the neighbors are closer, and there is no available land to acquire to fix such issues, there's no simple fix for capacity septic issues once they've started. We also haven't seen any proof of a water study to prove that water runoff won't affect neighbors, which is required for disturbing more than 1 acre of land. It's also submitted on the plan. The lot will be significantly changed by adding a 38-car parking lot, and so will the drainage situation. There's no room for error on this to avoid causing very significant quality of life and property value issues for those whose homes adjoin the site.
Going to object to the testimony about property values. There's no foundation, and the witness hasn't offered any professional credentials.
I'll get to it.
I would like to request the witness lay a foundation now if she's going to proceed in that direction.
Mr. Thomas, you're.
Home loan lenders won't approve a loan for a property that shows water issues from nearby properties, and North Carolina residential property
Could you stop a
disclosure.
minute? Could you stop a minute? I had a question. to Mr.
Council was saying that in order to provide evidence as to value, the witness would need to lay a foundation as to the, it's basically an offering an expert opinion, and so the foundation is the basis for the expertise in order to allow opinion as to fair market valuation.
Okay.
I concur, thank you.
So there's an objection by council, so, by legal counsel, so the town council is being asked to make a ruling on that,
We're being asked to make a ruling on,
whether the witness should proceed to offer that testimony or withdraw her point and continue with her testimony.
based on lack of professional, help me out here.
Sure. The witness is offering an expert opinion, which would be fine if she can demonstrate that she has the expertise and possesses the professional credentials to offer the opinion. But in general, expert testimony is not allowed from lay witnesses under the rules that govern this proceeding.
I guess my question would be, sure, she's not a real estate agent or an expert in land values. Do you have data included in this packet? Can you just point us to that data for a second?
Sure. The form that every North Carolina resident, if they're selling their house, is required to submit under law The North Carolina Residential Property Disclosure Act, Exhibit K, Section F3 specifically requires by law home sellers to disclose issues with seepage on the property, which can potentially greatly affect home value for adjoining neighbors.
Sorry, what section of this are you in?
Hey,
Okay.
I will say, at the risk of sounding unprofessional myself, if you could, when you're referring to a section, if you could give us a moment to
Oh,
go
I'm
there and get
sorry,
familiar.
yeah.
Yeah, just,
absolutely.
I know you're covering a lot of material here. I want to keep up.
No, that's fine.
So I'm sorry, I'm just seeing a blank form here. I'm not sure how that's data. I'm in section K.
If every resident of North Carolina is expected to submit this and answer.
You have to go to the microphone, sorry. I mean, I see what I see,
Stay
you're,
at the microphone so I can hear you.
you're saying,
So
if-
I'm saying the precedent is every disclosure in that form was made by the state because it can affect property values and the selling of houses. And so if it's an issue that's going to be caused by this business, how does it not affect someone who would have to then fill out that form and submit it only because of that business, and how that would potentially push off future buyers?
right, but we haven't established that this business isn't complying with these items.
Okay, I'm just showing a pattern because of a parallel business down the
Okay.
road that'd been submitted as evidence previously by the same developer for the same use on a larger property having these issues.
I don't,
All of which is hearsay, and I'm objecting on that basis as well.
And I would agree, I think we should just move on
just deal with
from
this
from this. I don't see the data, the standing for that. That's my opinion, council, I apologize.
Okay.
right, I think we would have to see it happen here, and that would be cause for revocation. And I don't know if there's time for a quick question from Mr. Greco, if he can answer quickly, is the septic and the foundation and everything else about this project up to commercial standards for this use?
Bill Greco, P.O. Box 347, Oak Ridge. We're missing facts here. Number one, we haven't applied for a well permit or a septic permit. When we do, if we do, both of those will be permitted, inspected, installed in accordance with commercial standards. We have designated an area, as shown on our plan, where we are proposing to put the septic. As to a well, we've indicated a well house. If you're old enough, you will know that that's a structure over a well. We're required to show existing structures or structures that may be removed. So at this point in the process, we have not applied for anything related to well or septic. And again, per our plan as submitted, grading and erosion control permits are not required for this site. A permanent stormwater device is also not required for this site.
Okay. Thank you.
While council is on a fact-finding mission here to find facts in this matter, in fairness to the witness, it might be best to let her finish her
I
presentation.
apologize.
Save further questions, if you have any, of that nature for rebuttal.
Thank you.
Exhibit C shows the permits that are on record that have been filed for by the applicant. Sorry, 1 second while I recall where I am. In addition to the history, as of this afternoon, the property taxes for their property are delinquent according to Guilford County. I've attached this as Exhibit M. The record shows a pattern.
Objection, it's not a valid consideration for issuance of the special use
I
permit.
would agree.
The record shows a pattern of acting first and asking for permission later. The enforceable conditions being proposed tonight will in practice be ignored, placing the burden of enforcement entirely on the neighbors and
Objection, it's
sheriff's department.
speculative. She's saying that she thinks in the future they're going to ignore the permit conditions. That's not fact-based testimony, it's speculation.
The development of this project requires precision and care. If we have issues with regulation this early in the process, what does that bode for in the future? I will, at this point, refer back to testimony earlier tonight. The applicant said that local churches have been contacted. I have spoken with the local churches. Nobody has been contacted about an off-site plan.
Objection, hearsay.
Was it hearsay earlier then?
I'm objecting at this point to it being hearsay.
The previous social events mentioned earlier occurred before RS 40 in our neighborhood was our neighborhood. All that land belonged to the farm in question. I don't think that that's relevant at this point. When they met neighbors at the yard sale, they told us they were planning on moving into the house and possibly opening up a room or two for events like book clubs. That may have been part of why no one voiced objections. There was no mention of a 150-person event center.
Irrelevant to the permit criteria. Objection. And move to strike.
Also, I believe that under North Carolina law, harmony with the neighborhood doesn't mean that something is added to a RS 40 area and allowed to be applied to. That means that it has to play nicely with the neighbors and not decrease their quality of life or their property values. If in the future there are issues with the septic, it will greatly harm our property values.
Objection, lack of foundation.
The developer in the meeting they held in November with adjoining neighbors pointed to the gardens at Gray Gables in Summerfield as a successful model that he had assisted in developing. However, the neighbors of Gray Gables tell a different story, one of shaking windows and lost sleep. In the
Objection,
Summerfield Board
hearsay.
of Adjustment hearings, which were filed as sworn testimony, held July 27th, 2023, Exhibit G, sworn testimony is not hearsay. Neighbors testified that the low-frequency bass from outdoor speakers penetrated their homes even with high-end windows shut. They described the noise not as a sound, but as a physical vibration. Further public records from the event show neighbors 930 to 1,300 feet away could hear music indoors, windows closed, TV on.
Objection.
Residents could not sleep or use outdoor spaces on their own property. At least 14 documented law enforcement calls for noise intoxication and disorderly conduct.
Can I have a continuing objection, please, to hearsay to the extent these other
But if it's
circumstances?
sworn testimony.
Yeah, question for Mr. Thomas. If it is from the record of the Board of Adjustment minutes, what people stated in that, special use permit sworn testimony, is that admissible of?
Can't hear you. What?
Would need to be presented in a certified form.
This says town meeting record for Gray Gables, Noise Concern Board of Adjustment, Summerfield, North Carolina, July 27, 2023, 6:30 PM, Summerfield District Community Center.
How do we know that that's,
It would be for the board to determine if it appears to be competent in that regard.
And I'm not trying to be difficult, but I do want to point out, I don't have a copy of these documents, so I have to err on the side of assuming that it may not match up. Thank you.
I would think that records from another town, I mean, we are a town.
Gray Gables occupies over 5 acres, far larger than this site. If those neighbors, who are hundreds of feet away, suffered through law enforcement calls for noise and intoxication, how can we expect harmony at this site, just over half the size of Gray Gables, where the nearest homes were only 100 feet away? I've included Exhibit H, which is the Guilford GIS record of 2524 Oak Ridge Road. I've superimposed a 1,000-foot radius circle to show how many homes are located at a distance that is less than the distance cited for the Gray Gables neighbors who complained about physical vibrations inside their homes. The conservative count of homes within that radius, sorry guys, is approximately 114. If the business is holding the same categories of events as Gray Gables, sponsored by the same developers as Gray Gables, following the same plans as Gray Gables, parties, weddings, and concerts, specifically bluegrass concerts were an example given to my neighbors and I in our meeting with Mr. Greco. That is a minimum of 114 homes that we can reasonably expect to have impact on their quality of life. To achieve harmony at 100 feet, the applicant would need an acoustic mitigation wall, not just a stand of trees. Since no professional acoustic study has been provided, the applicant has failed to meet the harmony requirement of Section 30-1048. Section 30-1048 requires that event centers and RS-40 districts provide adequate buffering and ensure that the use is compatible with the surrounding residential neighborhood. The applicant will likely argue that a vegetative buffer will mitigate the noise. This is scientifically inaccurate. According to the Federal Highway Administration studies and acoustic engineering standards, Exhibit I, a row of trees must be at least 100 feet deep, solid, and evergreen to achieve even a 5 decibel reduction, a difference barely perceptible to the human ear. On this 3-acre lot, the applicant does not have the physical space to plant a 100-foot deep forest without eliminating their parking in the venue itself. 30 feet of trees and a privacy fence is a helpful visual screen, but not an acoustic one. It will do nothing to stop the low-frequency bass that, as we saw in the Gray Gables case, vibrates the windows of homes 1,000 feet away.
Same objection.
Furthermore, the buffer that is on 3 sides of the property does nothing at all to prevent sound traveling from the venue to houses on the other side of the property. At this point, I'll refer back to Exhibit H. Under the North Carolina Residential Property Disclosure Act, Exhibit K, every one of those 114 homes will be legally required to disclose the proximity of this commercial nuisance to future buyers. The question specifically asks, thank you, is there any noise, odor, smoke, et cetera, from commercial, industrial, or military sources that affect the property? In the case of an event center with frequent outdoor concerts, DJs, and loud parties, the answer would be yes. This isn't just about one neighbor. This is about the quiet enjoyment and property values of an entire quadrant of Oak Ridge. The Davidson County Broadcasting case, Exhibit N, established the impact on neighboring property values is a legitimate basis for denial if the applicant has not provided an expert study to the contrary. They have not.
Is that Exhibit N?
Yeah.
I don't think I have an Exhibit N.
Oh, sorry. Oh, that one got left out, sorry.
Yep.
Ignore that one. Section 30-1048B requires primary access from a thoroughfare, but the safety findings of a special use permit requires that the use doesn't materially endanger public safety. Oak Ridge's own strategic vision plan, Exhibit J, cites the intersection of Oak Ridge Road and Bunch Road as a high accident location. The applicant plans for a 38-car parking lot, which means we can expect at least that amount of vehicles attempting to navigate a known dangerous intersection and a high-intensity surge for events during at least evening hours. I'll note here that they don't seem to have imposed any limits beyond the 11 p.m. limits. I didn't hear anything about them volunteering a time that they would start or that they would do any restrictions in the evening like Gray Gables does. And so, anyway, it doesn't include the extra complications from potential shuttles operating between the venue and off-site areas or events where alcohol may be served. Without a traffic impact analysis, the applicant has provided zero evidence to prove this won't exacerbate an existing safety crisis. According to NC DOT studies cited by the town in Exhibit J, this intersection is a high accident location, specifically prone to rear end and left turn collisions. Adding a 150-person venue at this exact hazardous point is practically guaranteeing disaster.
Objection. Foundation.
Most guests will be visitors unfamiliar with our narrow roads. Many will,
Same objection.
under the, I don't think that that's true. They specifically said that they would be accepting people from all over the area. We can't assume that those people would be intimately familiar with Oak Ridge's roads before they show up for an event. They specifically said it wasn't going to be only for town people.
This is argument, not testimony. That's a problem, and I object to that as well.
Under the Peter Silly precedent, the council cannot ignore the material danger of adding mass assembly traffic to a residential collector street that the town itself has flagged for safety issues. Finally, we will discuss harmony within the existing neighborhood. Oak Ridge Development Code Section 30-1048 requires strict objective standards for event centers in RS40 districts. These include adequate lot size of at least 3 acres, effective buffering from nearby homes, realistic parking capacity, enforceable limits on noise, lighting, and hours of operation. None of the people who purchased homes within this area had an expectation that a nearby small residential lot would become a high-capacity event center with the entailing sound and disruption. The florist and barber shop businesses across the street, not in the RS40 district, I might note, add no practical traffic, water, septic, or sound impacts to their neighbors. This business, however, certainly will. My neighbors and I are not against any business on that site at all. Everyone I spoke to liked the idea of a coffee shop, bed and breakfast, or even a town library.
I have objection to the hearsay.
We appreciate that the developers have made an effort to use the existing structure. However, this specific proposed business is too high capacity and disruptive to be a good neighbor to existing homes, so close by. But with a 38-car parking lot and 158-plus attendees for loud events run as frequently as possible, to quote the developer in his meeting with us, and often late into the evening, this site is simply either too small to realistically work for the state application or the plan is too large. Harmony requires the maintenance of privacy. On a 3-acre lot surrounded by highway and homes a few feet away, there's no way to prevent 150 guests, many of whom will likely be consuming alcohol, from, I
Objection.
asked specifically in the meeting if alcohol would be served, and they said,
I can't argue with you. I just need to note my objection.
okay. So I just continue?
It-
Okay.
Unless Mr. Mayor tells you not to.
Okay. From wandering across the property line and admire my neighbors' yards, even with the addition of a privacy fence, the small lot size allows no buffer or sidewalk or overflow for crowds of 150 people from either the private homes or, more concerningly, the highway right next door. Buffers and fencing are a nod towards the issues, and we appreciate that, but the only enforceable plans to make sure the standards are enforced include calling the sheriff and relying on them and neighbors to use decibel meters and call tow trucks. As of right now, abutting neighbors can hear regular conversations and all construction sounds from the property. These sounds regularly carry down the street to neighbors many houses away. No acoustic modeling exists that demonstrates that the amplified sound can meet ordinance limits of less than 80 decibels. When music and crowds are a regular occurrence at the property, enforcement of this limit will be unrealistic. It does not fit the character of the residential neighborhood in which these events will be held. If we can hear 2 people having a conversation, how will it be when we can hear 150 people and a band? The on-site parking plan for 38 vehicles assumes 4 adults per vehicle and excludes vendors and staff. I find this to be a very optimistic assumption. I understand that the off-site arrangements are to be secured per event, but I have concerns about the numbers that we reach before that's even required. 38 vehicles for 150 people seems that the parking lot would run out of space long before all attendees would arrive. 2 adults per car is a more realistic assumption. With no additional buffer areas nearby, we are concerned that attendees will attempt to park on our streets, thus adding to this traffic and safety issues. I'll note that I didn't hear any mitigation for when that might happen. I didn't hear a plan that addressed how would they keep people from parking on neighboring streets. I know they're not allowed to, but having someone stand in your own parking lot with a reflective vest is not a plan to keep them from parking on someone else's street. And the burden that it's going to place on local law enforcement, when I specifically asked what would we have to do to enforce this, the burden was placed on us as neighbors. They said the plan is that we would have to call the tow trucks, and we'd have to call the sheriff. I don't think that's a good business plan.
Objection, hearsay. And also personal opinion, not factual.
We're effectively being asked to surrender the privacy and security of our own homes to accommodate the applicant's profit margins. This does not maintain the harmony of Oak Ridge, nor the harmony of the quiet, established neighborhood our families chose for its peace and safety. Section 30-1048 requires this council to find that the use will be in harmony with the neighborhood. I ask the council to consider the sworn testimony from the Summerfield Board of Adjustment, case BOA 01-2023, regarding Gray Gables, Exhibit L, the very venue the applicant uses as a model. Gray Gables neighbors testified under oath that guests and photographers repeatedly trespassed onto private property using neighboring yards as restrooms and destroyed the privacy of nearby families.
Have to object to the hearsay.
Gray Gables is over 5 acres with neighbors on larger lots, and they still couldn't control guest behavior. This applicant is proposing the same number of guests on only 3.16 acres with neighbors a mere 100 feet away. If Gray Gables cannot contain its guests and noise to the point of requiring multiple police responses, then putting this same use on a much smaller site that is right next door to us is an invitation for law enforcement to become a permanent fixture in our neighborhood. This clearly fails the public safety and harmony findings required for a special use permit. To summarize, the applicant has provided a residential grade plan for a commercial grade problem.
Objection.
They have provided no expert traffic data to rebut the town's own accident history at this intersection. They have no expert noise mitigation plan for neighbors 100 feet away. The proposed capacity is too high for the site to fit in with the neighborhood. This particular business plan is completely out of harmony with the residential neighborhood that's nestled within.
Objection to the reference to a business plan. It has nothing to do with the special use criteria.
This
Nor does the
particular application
profit or
is
nonprofit
completely,
status of the enterprise.
this particular application for a special use permit is completely out of harmony with the residential neighborhood that is nestled within. The burden is not on us to prove that it's a nuisance. The burden is on them to prove that it isn't. Because they have failed to provide competent material evidence on these points, there's no choice but to deny this special use permit. Our clean water, safety, and our homes are the very things you were elected to protect. Thank you for your time, for your care towards your fellow Oak Ridge neighbors, and for your efforts. I'd like to remind everyone that Mr. Greco himself said that this required the highest level of scrutiny from the town. And I agree with that.
May I request
Thank
brief
you.
cross-examination, Mr. Mayor?
Let me ask Mr. Thomas. Okay, yes, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, Ms. Loftus. You said that you represent a number of people here who held their hands up.
Yes.
In what capacity or
We are all
pursuant
part
to
of the
what?
Ashton Park neighborhood. We're part of the collective agreement for that neighborhood.
Is there a structure for the neighborhood? Is there a
Yeah, there's a
nonprofit organization?
HOA, yeah,
And are you in a position of authority within that HOA,
yes.
which is what?
That I've been elected to represent our concerns here tonight.
So there was an election for a spokesperson to speak tonight?
Well, there is, as submitted, the signatures of everyone except for 3 houses in our neighborhood because those people don't seem to be there.
Do you have some sort of documentation of the election?
Exhibit A.
that occurred? Exhibit A. So you're referring to the petition?
Yeah.
I'm referring specifically to your authority to stand up and speak for these people
When
tonight.
I came and spoke to the town, I was told that I had standing to represent my neighbors' concerns in this hearing.
Do you possess a law license, ma'am?
No,
Do you possess an appraiser's license?
no,
Do you possess a commercial real estate broker's license?
no,
Do you possess any professional license?
no.
Not an engineer?
I'm a software engineer.
No, sorry, but Fair enough. I respect that, but that's not what I was talking about.
I know, it all requires precision.
So I want to be clear, because a record is being made of all this. You're not saying
Right.
that you legally represent anyone else here but yourself.
I represent myself, and as far as the town recognized, when they told me that I was allowed to bring my concerns from my neighbors for the neighborhood that I live in, according to the letters that we received. And I was granted standing.
Other than that, I understand, and I'm not trying to say that you didn't get the impression you got, but I just want to make sure that these folks have not appointed you as their attorney in fact, for instance.
No, I don't even appoint myself as attorney in fact.
Well, okay. Is it your testimony that a transportation impact study was required in connection with this permit application?
Yes,
So your testimony is that this project is not exempt from a TIS?
well, according to the standards that the state has already met with, let's see, and I know that you're an expert in North Carolina law, so you'll understand that the Hudson Oil Board, that town's residents who argued against a special use permit were only representing themselves.
That's a different issue. I'm respectfully trying to understand if you are telling the council that my clients had to perform a transportation impact study in order to proceed with this project.
All I'm telling the town council is what North Carolina law has stated. They're free to make whatever determination that they want.
Right. We respect their role as a decision maker.
Yeah.
I'm trying to clarify what you said, because I got the impression you were testifying to them that a transportation impact study was required. And I'm asking you if you know if in fact that is the case or not.
Is it the case? You're the expert here. Under North Carolina law,
I'm not
would
here
you
to
say?
testify.
Okay.
That's the thing. My job is to ask questions.
Okay.
To make things clear.
Sure.
And
Me
to
too.
me, it's not clear if you were saying that a TIS was required, a transportation impact study was required.
Okay.
Was that your intent to say that? To represent that to the council?
I'm not trying to practice law without a
No,
license.
this isn't a legal thing. This is actually perhaps more of an engineering thing, and Mr. Greco could speak to it. But, so you're not saying for a fact that a TIS is required for this project? That's not your
According to
testimony?
my beliefs and
You
my
may-
research, I do believe
Okay,
that it was
you believe that?
required.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about an acoustic modeling study?
If there's a specific requirement for it, I'm not required to prove that they aren't a nuisance under North Carolina law. They are. This is the requirement that they are meant to meet, that they won't be 80 decibels outside that. Where's the proof that they're meeting that? They can't prove in the future that they're going to meet that standard. They have to show that they can meet it.
I would love to have a conversation with you about this, but this isn't the appropriate time. What I'm trying to understand is,
Okay.
again, because my clients are entitled to not have counsel get bad information, given this is a quasi-judicial hearing and what you're stating is supposed to be factual,
Sure.
okay, not your opinion. Are you stating as a fact that an acoustic modeling study is required for this special use permit to be issued?
Yes.
And what is your basis for stating that as a matter of fact?
Looking at what the North Carolina laws state.
Can you give me a citation to the North Carolina law that you're referring to?
Yeah. The Humble Oil Standard in Exhibit B. If you'd like to read through it, you can. It requires that the applicant provides expert data to prove their side.
That's a procedural issue. I'm saying on a substantive level.
Well, that was a
Is there
procedural.
anything, let me ask this way. Is there anything in the Code of Ordinances of the Town of Oak Ridge that mandates that the applicant for a special use permit under these circumstances perform an acoustic modeling study?
There's a requirement that they will have to prove that they can meet the acoustic requirements to be able to have this permit.
Didn't answer my question, but I'm ready to move on. As a matter of fact, I have no further questions for you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, it's time for council to ask Ms. Loftus questions. I'll start with Mr. Grease.
No questions.
Ms. Clark.
I guess, to what extent do you have factual information related to Gray Gables? I know, I guess, some things you spoke as fact as far as the property size, and also the capacity for that is larger than this proposed special use permit. Do you have more information about the conditions of their special use permit or what their max capacity is, or kind of details so that we can make sure we're making an accurate comparison?
It lists on their own website that they have 150 people events. They aren't allowed to have evening events during the week. They are allowed to have events until, I believe, 9:30 PM was when they were allowed according to the special use permit. But they had been found in violation of that. And all of those things are verifiable through the Summerfield town minutes and records.
Yeah, I guess just, well, I guess it's more statements, so yeah, no further questions on that.
Snyder.
I understand the comparisons you're making. I'm a little uncomfortable with the comparisons being seen as predictive of what's going to happen here.
Okay.
But I also wonder if the problems at Gray Gables, they may, I mean, there's a whole history there. They may have started in a different place. They may now be in compliance. Maybe Mr. Grieco can tell us that later. But the issue of the sound concerns me. And to some extent, I think you've provided some data on that. Again, for a different location. I'm a little troubled whether that is a factual basis when the applicant, because the applicant knows we can shut them down.
That was the
revoke
case with
special-
Gray Gables as well. And actually, that's something that if you look at the meeting notes for Gray Gables, town meetings, they were continuously in violation and the town wouldn't shut them down.
That's,
Because they also had a revocable special use permit.
Oak Ridge has a great reputation for enforcing.
Right, I
It's
know,
zoning.
that's, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. No more questions. Appreciate all your work.
Mr. Stone.
No questions of this person. Thank you, though.
Do I get to ask questions of the town council regarding the special use permit? No?
That's not correct. That would not.
Okay.
We've kind of undergone a rapid fire of information.
I know.
It's pretty substantial.
Right, we're absorbing.
That's fine. Actually, this is the pared-down version, so.
Well, that's good news, because we're well into a long evening just with this one issue.
Are we allowed to ask questions of Mr. Greco in the interim if we don't currently have a
In a
question for her?
rebuttal, I think.
That would be part of a rebuttal period after this witness has finished and any other witnesses to be presented by, with persons with standing.
Could we go back to her with questions afterwards? if
Can't
we-
ask further questions, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm glad to call Mr. Greco as a rebuttal witness, which will give you an opportunity to ask questions too.
Mr. Prowse, I'm sorry, Mr. Prowse, could you get a little closer to your microphone?
I just was saying, I do plan to call Mr. Greco as a rebuttal witness. I wanted council to know that they would have another crack at him.
Okay.
My question is, we're not going to answer questions about Gray Gables, are we? Because it's irrelevant to this. We're not Gray Gables.
That's in our
That'll be during
deliberations
discussion,
later.
yeah.
It's for us.
Just want to make sure we're not.
Okay, I have no further questions.
All done?
I have
Thank
no
you.
further questions
Okay.
until the rebuttal.
Thank you.
You know if we have more questions. Thank you.
That's fine.
Rebuttal?
Are you going to call? You indicated you were going to call Mr. Greco?
I'm glad to, but the opposition, I need confirmation that there are no further witnesses that they're going to call in their case in chief.
As I understood, she was representing
was the
all
one
of
and
those
only.
people. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Okay, well, before we do that, I have to see if there are other witnesses or experts or expert testimony that needs to be presented. Sandra? Okay. So now to you, sir.
Mr. Greco, will you please come back to the stand?
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I believe this will be your last time up tonight. Did you just hear the statements that Ms. Loftus offered to council?
Yes, sir, I did.
In the interest of time, I'm going to focus on a couple of things and ask you if you could comment by way of rebuttal on them. Can you comment on the fact that a transportation impact study has not been prepared?
As part of the special use permit application and proceeding that we're at this evening, a traffic impact study or analysis is not required to be submitted with this package.
And is that based on criteria in the development ordinance?
It is, once we apply for a driveway permit from the North Carolina Department of Transportation, at their discretion, they can determine whether or not they want one.
And if they were to instruct that a study is required, would the applicant engage in that study?
Absolutely. It would be a requirement for them to process the permit. And bear in mind, a special use permit in and of itself, the issuance of such is in no way a guarantee that any other regulatory or permittable item will be approved, whether that's well, septic, building permit, driveway permit, certificate of occupancy, operational permits. Those are all future considerations.
And is that the case with well and septic issues as well?
Correct. The well and septic would have to be permitted. The second document, should this be approved tonight, is that site plan that you see that's been submitted. That's what the Guilford County Environmental Health Department will base their load data on, their soil analysis, their sampling, so forth, so on. There is absolutely, to be clear, nothing before us this evening, number one, related to well and septic permitting. And secondly, just as a conversation point, we're not legally allowed by rule to try to reuse an old well or a residential septic system in this case.
You heard multiple references to acoustic modeling studies. I'd like to ask, based on your expertise and your significant experience with the development ordinance here, are you aware of any requirement anywhere in that ordinance for the conduct of an acoustic modeling study, or even what that would entail in connection with this special use permit application?
Specific to the Town of Oak Ridge Development Ordinance, I am not aware of any requirement anywhere within that ordinance for an acoustic model analysis, an acoustic study of any kind. I would expand that to say, currently, our staff is probably working in roughly 10 to 18 different jurisdictions, working in different ordinances. I'm not familiar with that acoustic modeling term or process anywhere that I've worked. Never experienced it.
At this point, I'm going to turn Mr. Greco over to council for questions.
And counsel,
No questions.
right, Ms. Snyder?
Just as a point of interest and fact, I guess, has Gardens at Gray Gables upped their game to comply with with the terms of the special use permit since this Board of Adjustment meeting in 2023, to your knowledge?
In response to your question, currently, the Gardens at Gray Gables is not one of my clients.
Okay.
We do not have an active project underway with them, and I can't speak to, other than observationally, they seem to still be open, so perhaps complaints were raised, hearings were held, and remedies were provided, allowing them to stay open, but I have no firsthand knowledge of that, other than it seems to still be open.
Is it your understanding that enforcement of, for instance, the parking restrictions would be the responsibility of the LLC and its staff or of the neighbors?
Nowhere in our ordinance is enforcement authority granted to anyone other than very specific individuals, be that a code enforcement officer, be that an official or designee of the authority.
Okay, let me rephrase that. Would it be, my understanding from Mr. Vogel's testimony earlier was that they would make sure that, sorry, I'm getting tired, that those who use the facility would comply, and that if they didn't comply, that they would deal with them through their staff. Is that your understanding?
My understanding of this particular site is they have seasoned professionals who are experienced in these types of operations. And to kind of supplement his testimony earlier, they're self-policing. So any event that's projected for more capacity in terms of parking spaces than what's provided, it's incumbent upon the owner-operator to have in place that overflow parking plan that we have discussed. During an event, it's incumbent upon that operator to periodically look, is anybody, there's no ordinance or regulation or policy to prevent stupid. So can somebody pull up and try to park on the side of 150? Absolutely. But operationally, which is not what we're discussing tonight, but yes, they have staff, they monitor, they have a backup plan, and they monitor throughout events to the conclusion, and including once an event's over with, to make sure everyone's gotten home safely. Is this car supposed to be, is everybody out?
Thank you.
Mr. Greco, on the parking, since we're talking about that, I heard the same thing from Mr. Fogel. But is it my understanding that that the town staff would approve a parking plan in advance of individual events? In other words, if the applicant believed that instead of 38 vehicles, 39 were going to show up, that they would come to the town and present a parking plan prior to that specific event?
It's incumbent upon the owner-operator to ensure that if they believe an event is going to create overflow parking, the ordinance provides a mechanism for an overflow parking plan, which must be reviewed and approved by staff prior to the event. So it's not an exact science. If I'm having a meeting of my friends, I don't have any friends, so I don't need 38 parking spaces. Another event, perhaps, again, back to the owner-operator, they need to constantly be evaluating their parking to ensure they have overflow in place.
And what ensures that they do that?
Enforcement mechanism. The ordinance is give and take. It tells you you must make an application. It tells you you must do this, you should do that. It uses the word shall. The ordinance also says if you fail to do those things, these could be the consequences, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Okay, great.
Did you want to add something, Mr. Taylor?
Just to add, I think some of the enforcement mechanism is within the special use permitting process within itself, is that if they don't comply and with the requirements set up or any additional requirements this board may add to the special use permit, and complaints are received, the town council can bring up this special use permit again and revoke it. So that's the key here with this, is that the permit itself is revocable. And so if there's somebody wanting to do this, you would think they would, I mean, for me, it would be the captain obvious that you would want to make sure you're staying in compliance to keep your permit.
Go ahead, Mr.
Yeah,
Stone.
so while Mr. Greco's up here, your earlier testimony was that, forgive me, it may have been Mr. Fogel, that the applicant sent letters to a number of nearby property owners as part of getting ready to meet with neighbors and such. Is that correct?
That's correct. That was conducted by our office staff, as we typically do with any matter for a public hearing. We, in addition to whatever notice the town sends, our staff sends out the own. Town's gracious enough to usually allow us the use of this space.
Do we have a copy of that letter?
I do not.
Was there a presentation at this meeting?
There was discussion, presentation, if you will, sort of an open, the way I conduct those, here's our plan, here's the ordinance gobbledygook, here's the plain English version of it, ask questions, draw on the plan, take it home with you. That's it in a nutshell. It's very informal.
So there weren't any presentations or handouts other than what we have in our packet?
It was less detailed than your packet, but it was the gist of the program. We usually have a visual, so it was a reasonably developed site plan looking like that.
But we don't have a copy of that. But that's what you used?
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
okay.
Anything else from council?
Nope.
Quick question, just to clarify, I think I might have asked before, but it is getting late. Did you clarify that the septic and well, once you applied for that, it would be commercial use at this site?
Yes, ma'am. Once we're jumping 9 steps ahead, but
Right.
when or if we apply for the well and septic permits for this site, it is identified as commercial, and Guilford County Environmental Health will apply commercial standards to that. There is no choice to reduce the standards, or we have no input in that. There's residential systems and there's commercial systems.
Okay.
Final question then. Mr. Fogel testified that, what's the name here? That Austin Taylor Investment LLC does not run any other event center. So the Gray Gables conversation, what's the connection for purposes of this, the people that have testified? Where's the connection between Gray Gables and this SUP?
I believe the only connection that I have made was within regard to property values and compatibility with surroundings.
So you don't have any, you don't work in any capacity, serve in any capacity in the past or currently with Gray Gables?
I have in the past, yes.
Okay, but not currently?
Not currently, no. I'm currently not on retainer or in other way with forestry systems or garden Gray Gables.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions from Mr. Greco?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Mayor, it'd be appropriate to ask Ms. Loftus if she has any questions by way of cross-examination for either of the witnesses for the applicant.
Mr. Thomas, before that, can I ask one additional question of Mr. Fogel? Mr. Fogel, you had testified that earlier, that during your meeting with the public, that you didn't have any pushback, there wasn't any, anyone openly opposed to this. The evidence presented from Ms. Loftus shows a petition, Ashton Park resident petition against special use permit, and it's got approximately 35-plus residents. That's contrary to what you told us. Can you
I only
Like,
testified,
shed some light?
to the yard sale that we had. I was not in attendance for Mr. Greco's meeting.
So this wasn't during the meeting with the neighborhood?
No, all I was in attendance for was the yard sale, where we had many conversations with many neighbors. We were pretty explicit that we were gonna do an event space, and nobody expressed any concern at that time. But I was not at Mr. Greco's meeting with the neighborhoods.
So it's not your testimony that you spoke with neighbors? You don't know that
I
those...
did speak with neighbors. We did speak with neighbors at the yard sale. That was a separate event from Mr. Greco's event. When we spoke at the yard sale, we discussed our plans. We had renderings of what we were doing. We actually had this site plan. And again, there was, it was very informal conversations.
Have you
with-
spoken to them formally?
I have not spoken with any of the neighbors formally, no. Mr. Greco had that meeting, and I was not in attendance.
And thank you. And so finally, Mr. Greco, how many people were in attendance in the meeting that you held?
I believe 7, not including myself.
So do we have the names of those that attended? Do we know?
Do not. That meeting's not required by documentation, so forth, so on. It's not required as part of our ordinance or part of our process. It's just that contact be made.
Oh, well, I understand that, but you offered it up as evidence.
Agreed. I do not have a list of names, no, nor do I have minutes.
Thank you, sir.
I have a question for Ms. Loftus.
Mr. Greason?
Just a quick one.
All right.
So was this petition submitted to the LLC or Mr. Greco or anybody, or is this just for us to look at?
Asking me?
Yes.
Could you please repeat your question?
This petition that we have that has, 50 signatures, 40, whatever it is, did y'all send that to the lawyer LLC or anybody, or is that just for us to look at?
Oh, I submitted it to every neighbor.
No, I'm
And-
talking about the owner who's trying to do this venue.
No. Why would I submit it to them? And if I would have submitted it to an LLC, it would be void now.
Asking you the question.
No, I mean, I'm just saying, if
Okay.
it's all changed hands now, but, no, I just brought that here to show
Okay.
neighborhood sentiment for people who would be affected by this.
I was just asking the question.
No, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm not
That's
trying
all
to.
I have.
And he's right, there were 7 of us that attended the meeting. The only people who were invited were people whose property was adjoining. And so that's why there were only 7 people to offer commentary at the meeting that we had with Mr. Greco. And I know that I'm speaking here, but other people here could verify that they were told that a family would be living in the house at the yard sale.
That covers my question.
Okay.
No other questions
Did
for
she
me?
want to cross-examine?
Would you like to ask questions and cross-examine the
I would.
applicant?
Yeah, I'd love to. So part of the application for a special use permit is, so there's the opportunity for the applicant to add extra conditions on their own to show goodwill towards the neighborhood. So for example, would you be willing to limit the amounts of people that show up besides what maybe the fire marshal says or what a parking lot requirement? Because I don't quite understand the parking lot requirement. If you're allowed to make overflow plans, doesn't that mean that it would be more than 150 people if that's the only determiner? If
Ms.
it's every
Loftus,
human?
You need to just confine yourself to a question that can be answered.
Would you
and
be
not
willing
argument.
to add a limit of, say, 75 people or further limits to hours of operation, since you're moving into an area with families with children who go to school, to say maybe on weeknights you're willing to end events earlier or agree not to have outdoor music or make sure that the events are only held indoors?
I have to object to the form of that question.
Okay. In what way? How do I restate it so that it counts as a question?
Compound times 5.
Okay.
It's more than one question. and
Would
it's
you be willing
confusing.
to add limits to how many people are able to attend events?
Limits are already established with this plan. It's 150 maximum attendees.
Right.
We're not willing to reduce that.
Are you willing to not have outdoor music during weeknights?
No.
Are you willing to have quiet hours start earlier on weeknights?
We will conduct operations, hours of operation, business hours, in accordance with what the ordinance permits.
Are you willing to say that events will move indoors earlier on weeknights to exist more in harmony with the neighborhood?
It's overly broad, and no. A book club meeting outdoors in the spring or summer or fall in lawn chairs, we're not going to take that off the table with an overly broad restriction. I wouldn't know how to phrase it to offer it.
Would you try?
No.
Would you be willing to say that the hard limit is 150 and that you would keep track of that?
I think we've already established that as a hard limit, and I think that we have established the enforcement mechanisms to monitor attendance, maximum attendance. As does the fire marshal, by the way.
Are you planning on filing permits in the future for expanded outdoor lighting?
All lighting proposed for this site is shown on our site plan as part of our lighting plan. It has been evaluated by staff and is in compliance with the town's lighting ordinance.
Are you planning on using a tent in the outdoor area for events?
I'll just decline to answer that one. It has no basis for the special use permit or the, we haven't, I don't remember what words I said on. Again, I don't see as well as I used to. Outdoor lawn space or event space. What do I call it? Outdoor event, lawn area, temporary, and seasonal. We don't have plans for a structure in that location that would require permitting. Certain tents and canopies do require permitting. We're proposing nothing of the sort.
Are you willing to have a limit to large events per week? Or if you were booked for 150-person events 7 days a week, would that be allowed by your business plan?
Objection.
That's extremely speculative into the future, and I can't answer that.
Would you have a limit to how many events you hold per week?
No.
I have no further questions.
Does council have questions for Ms. Loftus? Further questions?
No.
Stone?
Fine.
Thank you.
Greason.
Thank you.
I'm sorry,
Thank
am I
you.
not, I can't hear very well, so,
Yep, thank you. I
Okay.
was speaking to them.
thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Time to request any further parties to come forward, if not to close the matter except for legal arguments.
Are there any further parties withstanding that want to make any comments? Please come forward and be sworn in. Are you raising your hand? Okay. I'm not sure. Come forward and state your name and
Well-
address.
Wait, you can't ask questions. You can only provide testimony.
Yeah, I just got questions,
Okay, sorry.
gentlemen. Okay.
Okay. We're ready to deliberate. I can't hear you, Mr. Thomas.
Sorry, if there's no further testimony to be received, you should invite legal arguments to close the matter before council discusses this.
Okay.
What we've been doing?
Well, you've heard them. If there are any further legal arguments, council,
Are there,
want to make a closing statement?
I think it'd be pretty unpopular if I do much along those lines. I'd just like to remind the council of the standard, which is material, competent, substantial evidence that's factual and based on firsthand knowledge. Also, Mr. Greco was tendered and accepted as an expert witness. He gets more latitude because as an expert, he can offer you opinions. He is the only person who testified who has that ability in this proceeding. There are no other experts qualified. So, I certainly respect Ms. Loftus for standing up and representing her neighbors, like, even though that may not, she's not a legal representative. And I really was trying to be as respectful as I could of my objections. I want to make that clear, and I want her to understand that I respect her for it. But I also just want to point out to council.
Mr. Prowse, I'm
Yes.
sorry, is your microphone turned on?
The green light is on, so.
Okay, you might need to get a little closer.
Yeah. I do want to point out, there's some questions about the petition and whether it was provided and when. And I do want to note that there's no dates on any of these signatures. Generally, the petitions to be legally admissible in evidence, that signatures would have to be notarized, or there would have to be some corroboration. And I'm not trying to cast aspersions on this. It's just, I want to offer that as legal argument to you. Beyond that, I would just ask you to consider particularly Mr. Greco's testimony about the details and about the nature of this request. They are asking for a privilege that you can revoke. And I just want to remind you that that's what we're working with here. That's why this is called a special use permit. Some people may think that's an ugly word, but instead my client is respectfully giving you the ability at any time to put them out of business in exchange for the privilege of bringing this amenity to a site where it belongs and that preserves a historic structure. And so that's all I have to say at this time. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, I would request a 10-minute break. We're going on 3 hours and 10 minutes right now.
Can we have a 3-minute break so that we don't go so long?
let's compromise it.
7-minute break, yeah.
Let's try for 5 minutes.
Okay.
Sorry. We are, I believe, Mr. Thomas, we're at a point where we've had questions from council, and we've had responses and rebuttals of the parties. So now it's time for the council to deliberate. As discussion, council.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, wherever that's coming from. Oh,
Sean, Planning
okay.
Director for Town of Oak Ridge. I need to make a correction to something I said earlier, because one of the things that I referenced when it was talking about sound, specifically that it would be overall sound would be regulated at 8 decibels, that is only actually specific within that special use permit section to amplified sound on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for the correction, Mr. Taylor. Okay, so council will begin its deliberations. As we discuss this matter, I ask that council members focus on relevant evidence and facts, citing in each case the applicable sections of our ordinances. This ensures a fair process and provides a clear foundation for our final motion. Right? Who would like to begin?
Well, I'll start us out by saying that this is a very significant house in Oak Ridge, and that providing historic homes with a new use is one of the best ways to preserve them in perpetuity. So I think and the fact that they are retaining historic materials, and that it's National Register eligible are facts that I think we should consider.
Okay.
How does that relate to the ordinance, Ann? I'm sorry.
Thank you. The preservation, this is a residential house that's being repurposed for commercial use which preserves it. And by preserving it, it is preserving the residential connections to the community and is therefore, in that sense, in that aspect, in harmony with the residential area.
Mr. Mayor, again, I commend the use of the order worksheet that's in your packet, and that you start with number 1 and go item to item in inviting from council a discussion as to each point, the purpose of it being to determine if there's one or more facts which support the required statutory findings. That is the best and most effective way to get through the task before you. The first item is simply a preliminary determination that the application was complete, because sometimes it turns out the applications in these matters is not complete. But you might want to defer to staff on that. If it is, you can find that and move on to the statutory findings.
Are you referencing the one that says?
He's looking at this one. So the application was submitted, and
Let me make sure I'm there.
do we believe it's complete?
That's this, right?
Yeah, previous page.
Okay, all right.
So it looks complete to me. Sean, do you agree that the application is complete?
As far as the staff review, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so I would say the finding of fact on that is that we find it to be complete based on the fact that we have in our evidence the completed special use permit application.
Right.
All right. Anybody else? Okay. Then number 2, number 2 is that the use will or will not materially endanger the public health or safety if located where proposed and developed according to the plan submitted. This conclusion is based on sworn testimony and evidence submitted during the evidentiary hearing, which shows the following. We've heard so much.
Yeah, I would like to offer up that Mr. Greco's comments that other entities will regulate public health and safety, such as the Board of Health and NCDOT and others, would be evidence that it will not materially endanger public health or safety.
And I will add that was, what I heard was that would be done based on commercial use and not residential use. So would you accept that, Mr. Stone?
Oh, well, we're just talking about it, I
Yeah,
don't, but yes, I do.
But we're trying to make it through
Okay,
these things, so
okay.
that's a finding of fact
Yeah, so
for
I'm
that
just
one.
offering that
Yes.
extra
Yeah,
piece.
so development is based on commercial development standards rather than residential.
Sorry. I know this is a cumbersome process, but you're doing the right thing in discussing it, and then when that discussion seems to be over, to essentially reiterate it as a motion that you can vote on, so that the board can vote yes
But
or
at
no.
that point, we can say it meets 1, 2, 3 and not 4 or whatever.
Or in the first one and then go on to the second one, but you can not try to do all of them at one time, do them one at a time.
Okay.
That's the way to get through this
Yep.
in an effective way.
So,
Oh, okay.
so let me help out here then. I would make a motion,
Back to
the right
one.
side, that, having heard the evidence and arguments presented in the evidentiary hearing, that item number 1, a written application was submitted and is complete in all respects as evidenced by the copies that are presented to town council in our packet of information and by the town staff.
Well, that's fine. Again, it's kind of in the negative on that first one, that if it's submitted and nobody questions its completeness and staff is saying it was complete, then you're good to go.
Okay.
The board's good to go, because if not, somebody would have pointed out some incompleteness and you would stop there. So that's, if that's the motion, then you should vote it was a complete application, just for the record.
Make that as a second.
Third.
Okay.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Was there any further discussion on that, or do we want to move forward?
Move.
So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Okay, now, as to the first of the statutory findings, that is the one, as Mr. Stone was saying, was quoting, "The use will or will not materially endanger public health or safety if located where proposed and developed according to the plan submitted." So again, do you have one or more facts that either support that or negative that? And then that fact or fact should be the basis for your next motion, for that one finding.
So, as Mr. Stone just pointed out, the expert witness testified that other entities will regulate public health and safety, and we have a great record of that in Guilford County, I would add, and that is the finding of fact for number 2, and I move that we accept that finding of
Second.
fact.
And,
May-
go ahead.
Because you're going to ask the same thing as I am. Go ahead.
And that would be done to commercial standards.
To commercial standards, yes.
So that's the motion.
Second.
Second.
Aye.
Oh, wait a minute, Mr. Greason. Any just further discussion? Okay, the motion's been made and seconded. So all in favor? Say
Aye.
Aye.
All right, based on that, you go on to the next statutory finding.
Okay,
The use for which the special use permit is sought does or does not meet all required conditions and specifications.
I'd like to say that the evidence of the plat, as well as the ordinances, that the use meets the required conditions and specifications, just based on the evidence. You can look at the plat submitted compared to the,
site
this,
plan?
okay, site plan, as compared to, what are the ordinance numbers? As compared to Section 30, 1048 Event Center, the requirements.
Okay. Any other?
I agree. Was that a motion?
Yes, I guess I make a motion that we accept as a finding of fact that the special use permit meets all required conditions and specifications based on sworn testimony and evidence submitted during the evidentiary hearing, which shows that the site plan is in compliance with ordinance section 30-1048 for Event Center.
All right, motion's been made. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion's been made and second. Is there further discussion?
And to be clear again, Councilwoman Clark, in saying compliance with 30-1048, that's subsections A through H. In other words, all the criteria in that are shown in the site plan.
Yes.
Okay. Just to clarify, that's what we're saying there?
Well,
Okay.
but the site plan does not show,
think she's
it
talking
doesn't
about B.
address on-street parking.
Aren't we talking about B 1 through 4?
Section 30-1048, Event Center, A through H.
Okay, we're talking about all of those. Just as a point of order, does that mean we cannot, if we approve all of those, can we not ask for conditions on, say, the hours of operation? Because that's included here. I thought we were just accepting the required conditions, which are,
Councilwoman Schneider, hours of operation are subsection F, but the council can impose additional
on top of that. Okay.
additional requirements, that's correct. So as I'm unhearing what Councilwoman Clark said, the submitted site plan basically meets these minimum requirements, or shows compliance with minimum requirements. That still leaves the council, when it gets to it, which you haven't gotten to yet. If you otherwise approve this, you can still add additional requirements.
Well, and if it's all of these things, A through H, it's the site plan and the sworn testimony.
Correct.
Okay.
Would that be acceptable, Councilwoman Clark?
Yes,
to
I
say,
accept
and
that,
the
yes, sworn testimony to adhere to all of those ordinance requirements as
Be
well.
the witnesses for the applicant?
Yes.
So let me clarify, Mr. Thomas, then is this the point where the council may add additional restrictions, or is this at a later point?
Typically, that's after you've gone through the statutory findings
Yes, sir.
and found one or more facts to support each one, that provisionally then you're going to grant this, but you feel there are additional requirements
Understood.
necessary. That's where you add those at the end.
Thank you.
To make sure it's clear that the statutory findings have been met, but the council might go on to add other requirements.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor, and
Right.
somebody seconded it. Okay.
And someone seconded it. Okay, any further discussion? Okay, no further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, in 4, the use will or will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property, or the use is a public necessity. This is based on sworn testimony and evidence submitted during the evidentiary hearing, which shows the following.
Well, it's not a public necessity, but it was not presented as such.
Correct.
Does anyone have findings of fact that show it will or would not injure the value?
Right.
I don't think so.
Could we pause on this one and go to the next one, perhaps? Or, I don't know. We have to go in order.
We heard, I think we heard opinions on this matter. I'm not sure we heard
Correct.
data on this matter. I would suggest that parts of Orma operate, Maple Glade operates sometimes as an event center. Even Oakhurst sometimes hosts special events. And property values have not been injured by this, clearly, in this area. I'm not sure I accept the premise that this particular, the Honeycutt, Donnell Honeycutt House hosted special events in the past. I think those were community gatherings in a home, which is really more like Oakhurst. So I'm not sure what's relevant here.
Here's my sticking point on this one, is that you're right, Ann. We didn't get any evidence from either side. There's no data. I don't want to put the residents at a disadvantage, but based on the special use permit, a real estate agent or an appraiser should have come here with data. But by the same respect, with all due respect to Mr. Grieco, I don't have any evidence that it won't from either side. So I'm struggling with this one, is that where's our information to be able to make
Okay.
a decision?
I guess,
I have a thought on this.
Okay.
The actual, we're looking at Michael's thing, but when you look at the actual text, I guess this is in the staff recommendations, we do not have any evidence that the use will substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property. In other words, we have no evidence that it will endanger property values. So I think I can attest to that as a fact because we haven't heard any evidence that it will. And I make that motion.
I guess, real quick, I do want to make a question. In the evidence provided by the opposition, it was Exhibit K. Property disclosure. I don't know what the Exhibit K, the North Carolina Residential Property Disclosure Act, the form. So looking on this, I mean, this is a form that people have to fill out. And it does say, is there any noise, et cetera, from commercial, et cetera, sources that affect the property? Would this be considered a commercial use?
It's commercial, yes.
Very good point.
So you're saying that is a factor in, as Phaedra, as Ms. Loftus said, it is a factor, but it is potentially a factor, but it is not evidence that it will currently damage property values.
I guess just where it says any noise from commercial sources, technically any noise, if it allows up to 80 decibels measured at a neighboring property, would be noise from a commercial source. So you could potentially see that as a finding of fact that an abutting property to the commercial source would have to disclose that noise came from that commercial source. Now, we could consider that a finding of fact. Would we be able to determine if that definitely would or would not impact the property value?
Or let me offer up.
I think it's
that-
a stretch.
Well, I don't know that it's a stretch, but I think that the issue becomes one of that if additional restrictions or conditions were put on, would we mitigate that? So while noise from a commercial entity would, it depends on what that noise level is. And that's one of the things that we have the opportunity to address.
Right, but we don't know. I think this is a difficult situation because they're going to possibly host weddings, but they're not definite. I mean, we don't know anything about what they're going to do yet. There is no evidence that they're going to.
I guess to clarify, we're kind of summarizing
Likely.
our findings of fact, and so we could at least put a finding of fact is that we were presented that someone would have to disclose that.
Okay, what?
So that's a fact that we found in relation to this item, but then would that finding of fact support an impact on property value? Not necessarily.
Right, not necessarily. So we've heard two things. We did hear that it has to be disclosed, noise would have to be disclosed, but we also heard no we heard no evidence that the event center will substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property. And that's what, on the staff recommendations, Michael presents it as a will or will not. But all we have to do is say that we don't have any evidence that it will substantially injure. I mean, we don't have any evidence, right, that it will substantially injure. I don't know how we can do this without real estate data.
Well, and so I guess as far as our duty here, we're supposed to find facts, and I guess Mr. Thomas could maybe clarify this. We have, I guess, two parts. We're supposed to, one, identify and kind of agree on our findings of fact, correct? And then at that point, then we decide what those facts, make conclusions from those
Okay,
facts on each of these points, right? So
Right.
is there value in stating what facts we found, but then having the conclusion that maybe we did not find evidence to support a negative impact on property value?
Well, no, the way this is done, again, this legislation's been on the books a long time, but they use the term findings of fact. Those findings of fact are conclusions. Your legislature calls things sometimes the way lawyers would not. But each one of these is actually a conclusion reached based on one or more facts supporting it. That's why, and I've simply organized the statute this way, so that you can do it systematically and find one or more facts that support each one, which is required to grant the special use permit. Now, as to this matter of the impact on property values, I have to say, in my experience, that's usually a matter of expert testimony.
Which we did not have.
Even Mr. Grieco said, he qualified what he said in saying he was not giving expert testimony outside his areas of expertise. He was commenting on what he said were publicly available tax values and that type of thing, but he was not qualified to give, nor was he giving an opinion on value. In other words, the impact of this proposed use, special use permit, on surrounding properties.
So, Mr. Thomas, let me ask a question then. To move this forward, if the finding is that, based on sworn testimony and evidence submitted, or the lack of evidence submitted, that the town council cannot make a reasonable judgment due to the lack of evidence,
That is correct.
and then we can move on to the next point.
You can, or you can stop there.
Okay.
It's up to the council.
So
Or
that-
you, and you can either say denied, or you can, if you thought there was a reason you should leave this open for additional evidence, you can continue this hearing to be concluded and reopen at another time to receive evidence specifically, if you thought it could be shown either way, on the impact on values. But if you thought that was opportunity already given and not availed of, then you could go ahead and ultimately deny this application for lack of evidence on that point.
It's not our fault that, to
Yes, sir,
sit here
it's not
tonight.
the
We're going on the
council's-
information we got tonight, so we should go on that.
It's not the council's responsibility to make the case.
Right.
Right.
That's correct.
So that would be my motion on number 4, that the use, and I'm going to go off the text here, the use
Yes.
will or will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property was not, evidence was not presented during sworn testimony of the evidentiary hearing to show the fact that it either would or would not. Boy, that just sounds ugly. I'm sorry, but
Well, you
We
know.
could only do what we dealt with.
I do think that both sides made an effort at this. So Mr. Grieco said that he had looked at property values around Gray Gables and around Summerfield Farms. And I think if we look with our eyes around Summerfield Farms, we can see that those are some of the most expensive homes in Summerfield. So there is de facto evidence that it hasn't affected property values around Summerfield Farms. I would think, I would love to see that, but I'm not sure. I don't know about, like Gray Gables, it's a little harder to tell. It's a much more mixed neighborhood.
yeah, and I'm trying to avoid the Gray Gables conversation altogether. What I'm stating is that no evidence on either side was presented that would allow the town council to make a decision on item number 4.
Well, I think this is
Can
the-
I interject, or can I interject with something to provide, this is,
Just a minute, Mr. Taylor.
One last thing. I think this is the one area where Gray Gables and Summerfield Farm are relevant because they are other nearby event centers. Go ahead.
as far as evidence that was presented tonight, there's evidence that was presented on the current condition of the house when it was purchased. And this was a dilapidated structure that needed major renovation work. And that we do know the value of what that purchase price was, even though that was not presented tonight. What is that post value of this renovated structure, even with its use going to be, if it was any use, and what is that impact going to have on the neighboring properties too? Because that plays into this, because the current situation could be argued that what it was previously decreased values because it was a dilapidated property.
A great point.
No,
I
it's not.
disagree with
That was not entered into evidence.
But the
fact.
renovation part is
I'm sorry, that was not, I don't have that data in front of me. And that's what, it's an evidentiary hearing. We should see the data in front of us. It's not our job to go out and get the data at this point.
Mr. Stone's motion and comments are consistent with this body's task, which is to make its findings based on the evidence in this hearing.
Right.
Okay.
So my motion still stands.
We did hear in sworn testimony from Mr. Fogel that the house was in terrible shape. It was falling down, and we also live here and we know that. Okay.
I guess we're all.
So we still have a motion that Mr. Stone made. I do not believe we have a second.
Can I get a second?
I can't remember what the motion was.
All right, so the motion is that item number 4, the use will or will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting properties. Based on sworn testimony, there was no evidence submitted during the evidentiary hearing to support either will or will not substantially injure.
So what does that mean? You're going
That
both
means
ways.
That means
it's a
that
gap.
it-
It's
that
a
means
gap
that
in
we
our
did not
findings.
have the evidence to approve number 4.
I'm fine with it. I don't have any evidence.
Do we have a second?
Are you seconding it? That was a motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
Comments?
Comments? Any further?
I don't think I quite agree with that.
So
Okay.
are you saying that the motion is that we don't have evidence to support that the use will not injure adjoining properties?
That's correct.
Or will?
We don't
Well,
have
we don't
evidence
have-
that it will or will not.
Well, but we're looking for evidence if it will not, because it says for the findings.
It says will or will not.
Right, but I'm saying the,
We don't
for the
have evidence that
criteria,
it,
it says the special use permit shall be granted when each of the following findings of facts have been made by town council, that the use will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property.
Right. we don't
And so
have
we don't
evidence.
have finding of fact that the use will not substantially injure.
Correct.
Or will increase?
Right, but I'm saying, we're looking for finding of fact that it will not. And we technically don't
nothing
have
was presented.
finding of fact to support that it will not.
Right.
Agree with that.
I don't quite agree with that because I think because we don't have any evidence that it will devalue other properties, I think we can say that it will not.
Well, but just because you don't have evidence to the contrary doesn't mean that you can assume it will not. So it basically, we're looking for, it says that the use will not substantially injure,
And
and
I
saying the
add-
following findings of facts have been made that the use will not substantially, we have not found fact
Well, the
that the
fact-
use will not substantially injure.
Right.
Because we don't know.
Well, I would say that we do have a fact that the property is being significantly improved from its former state.
How about noise? Does that affect to the neighbors?
The noise is a contrary, possibly, issue, but we
And you
don't
have to
have
take
really
all the-
a connection. We don't have
We
the
don't- we
data
don't
on the
have
noise.
We don't have the hard data to support it.
We don't have data.
So yeah, I'll just say, I make a motion that we have not found findings of fact to support that the use will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property, or that the use is a public necessity.
I'm sorry, did, we already had a motion and a
I think-
second
I
on
We already
it?
had a motion. We have to vote
And
on the
and a
first motion.
second.
It's just, she's clarifying my motion, basically.
Well, do you accept the
Yes,
clarification?
I'll accept the restated
So
motion.
can we have another, can we re-say it? Guys, I don't even know
Okay.
where we're at.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we have not found facts that support that the use will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property, or that the use is a public necessity.
Second.
Discussion, further discussion, and
But
you're
but
still
again, that's based
concerned.
on the lack of presentation of evidence.
Right.
Right?
Yes, based on
The lack of.
the
evidence
lack
presented.
of,
Which is
yes,
what-
evidence presented.
Between what you and Councilman Stone were saying,
Yes.
that's what the motion is, right?
Yes,
That you simply haven't heard the evidence that
Right.
supports either way.
yes.
Okay.
Okay. You might, are you?
Well, let's just vote. Let's vote.
But you were, a minute ago, you were.
Yeah, no, I don't agree. So I'm a nay, but the motion will still prevail if everybody else says aye.
All right,
I,
all right, then, there's a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 All opposed, say nay.
nay, and I'm sorry for being grouchy.
It's okay. You're
I'm
fine.
tired.
We're used to it.
That
All
was
right,
mean.
Mayor Horton, again, because the statute requires all of the 4 statutory findings to be made, once you've reached a negative on any of them, you can stop. You can complete your analysis and go on to the remaining finding about harmony. But again, the action on that will not allow you
Yeah.
either way to grant the special use permit tonight.
Right.
So then it's up to you to decide how you want to handle this procedurally, if you want to simply deny it or continue it for additional evidence and decide later. It's up to you.
Yeah, I'd like to continue for the
I'd
record if
like
we
to
could.
continue.
Say what,
If we could continue for the record.
okay,
Finish the last one.
okay.
And are you
Yep.
continuing it to hear specific evidence, such as,
Not continue, not
Continue.
continue the hearing, but
You the meeting?
keep talking.
Yes.
She
Oh,
wants to continue
God,
with
no.
the rest of the.
finish the worksheet
Yes.
Yes.
and?
For the record.
Okay. All right, go ahead. Thank you.
So number 5, the location and character of the use, if developed according to the plan submitted, will or will not be in harmony with the area in which it is to be located and is or is not in general conformity with the plan of development of the jurisdiction and its environs. This is based on sworn testimony and evidence submitted during the evidentiary hearing, which shows the following.
So one fact I would move that be added to this is that the historic home is being renovated by an experienced historic construction firm and will thereby add to the the character and harmony of the area in which it is located, which is a residential area. There may be other facts to add to this, but that is an important fact.
Is there other historic structures in that area adjacent to it, which would,
Very close by, yes.
how far? The military academy?
Well, no, closer than that. Sandra, what's the closest historic structure to
I'm sorry, I didn't hear Mr. Greason's.
What's the closest historic structure to the Honeycomb? I mean, I don't think it matters. It's a residential home, and it has been in a state of dilapidation, and it's being brought up to where it will be in harmony with other beautiful homes in that area, and adds the historic character we find all over Oak Ridge in many different spots, not just our historic district.
And I would agree that bringing it up to any standard, it would be an improvement over its current condition. So I think Ann's right on that. One of the ones, the finding of fact, staff testified that the Oak Ridge Land Use Plan identifies this area as residential.
Yeah.
And that the testimony of Mr. Greco states that the proposed special use permit is in harmony and compatible with the permitted use table, but there's no evidence that has been offered to show compatibility or harmony to the RS-40 neighborhood.
I agree. I don't think it's in harmony with the neighborhood.
Yeah, I would like to add to that. I guess it's a finding of fact, the ordinance section 30-1048 Event Center says that it is required to be permitted in the GO-M General Office-Medium Intensity District, GB General Business District, SC Shopping Center District, and PI Public and Institutional District. So where those zonings exist, the event center would be required to be allowed. It has been deemed in harmony in those areas, and it would still have all of the requirements, the minimum requirements that have been met by the applicant. However, in this scenario, it is RS-40 residential, so it requires a special use permit where we do take into account the environment, and the surrounding areas are, what was it? Based on staff summary, it is, existing land use is, to the north is RS-30 residential, northeast is LB limited business, south is RS-40 residential, east is RS-40 residential, and west is RS-40 residential. So in order to be in harmony with those other zonings, that they also do not, by ordinance, allow by default an event center. I don't think that the minimum requirements, I don't think that meeting the minimum requirements would enable the use here to be in harmony with the surrounding area. And we have, based on sworn testimony, that they do not, they would not want to apply special conditions in consideration of that. They intend to follow the minimum requirements of event center. So I don't think it'd be in harmony with the surrounding area.
I would say that you just convinced me that it is in harmony because there are mixed uses, and this would simply be another mixed use with the added benefit of a historic residence being preserved.
But the other adjacent uses are limited business, which also does not allow an event center.
I think the issue is that this is a commercial, and it's near some commercial, and it's near some residential, and it kind of marries, per the testimony we've heard, it marries the preservation of a residence with buffers, preserving existing landscaping, creating buffers from the residential area, which is the important thing. They don't need a buffer from the limited business. But I would argue then that you just convinced me that it is consistent.
I disagree.
Thank you.
You know, to play music every night, 7 days a week,
Well, that's
It is
something.
not in harmony with the neighborhood.
So the noise is a different issue.
I mean, there's kids that go to school during the year.
Right. So
And it is not in harmony with anything.
would there be hours that you think would make it more appropriate that we could impose as a condition?
And I think that's a good point, is that if we thought that it was in compliance or in harmony or incompatible, then we could talk about additional conditions as far as noise or capacities or things like that. But let's get to the crux of it. Either it is or it isn't, because the next thing would be that we start looking at, do we want to require additional conditions?
Yep.
So to the point is that the testimony was that it was compatible and harmonious with the permitted use table. That's not the spirit or intent of the process. It's, is it compatible and in harmony with the jurisdiction, which is RS 40, and its environs, which is the neighborhood homes. So it fails on that.
But it is also right next to limited business.
But, okay.
But that
and
does not allow
so
event
let's-
center either.
Yeah, let's use the limited business, because that was one of the points that I was going to bring up as evidence.
But it's a mitigating factor is what I'm saying.
But, agreed, but one of the evidence that were presented by staff is that Northeast Limited Business is there. It's Haircraft and it's Oak Ridge Florist. They do their businesses inside during Monday, well, I don't know if they do 7-day a week or not, but it's the traffic, the noise, the conditions are exceedingly different, not compatible with a event center. They're entirely different types of businesses. So that it's not even harmonious with the limited businesses that are somewhat adjacent to the area.
Okay?
To me, the only thing is harmony is it's a house.
Yeah.
Well, and so, yeah, I mean, basically, my point was, hypothetically, if we were looking at a RS40 zoning surrounded by, GO-M or GB or SC, we would say that the RS40, or I guess I would draw a conclusion that the RS40 being used as an event center may be more harmonious in that environment. But in this scenario, since none of these surrounding areas allow event center either, it's not harmonious. And, you talk about maybe some conditions, but we have testimony that they would not consider certain things like, no outdoor music, quiet earlier, would not consider being, indoor earlier on weeknights.
Well, I think we haven't asked those questions. I think those were asked by someone else. I'm not sure,
Well, he gave testimony that he would not consider that, though.
right, but he was, well, okay.
And it's basically I see it as the use, if developed according to the plan submitted, and in their plan submitted in the application and in testimony, they said that they would not consider certain conditions. I think it's not harmonious with the,
That's correct.
But
area.
they did say, and I think we're sort of straying, they did say they would comply with all of the conditions for the event center, all the decibel levels, the hours, everything. And they did testify that under oath, and they said that they have a professional events manager that they're going to have on staff. I'm trying to make the other case here because I don't want us to run through this and stomp all over this and not be correct in our judgment, not be defensible in our judgment. And I think it is correct, even though I think earlier Mr. Grieco was making a circular argument, but it is also correct that a special use permit for this use is allowed in RS 40. And we have to be able to consider that they might be able to comply in such a way as to make it harmonious,
well, it's
based on their
basically saying
testimony.
its designation as a special use permit required basically says, depending on the certain scenario, it may or may not be harmonious. And in this scenario, I believe that it is not harmonious.
And to the point, the applicant could offer whatever conditions to make it harmonious and compatible with the area. They have not, and we're at a point where we're not asking for any. We're just looking at number 5 and asking, is it or is it not in harmony and compatible with the area?
We need to ask it of the applicant in order for them to consider it.
And
Would this council be in favor of limiting the hours of operation Monday through Wednesday, typical school nights where nobody's out late, or Sunday through Wednesday to 9 PM, for instance?
So let me give you, here's where I think we're at, is we need to make a motion on number 5, and it's either up or down, and then that will tell us where we need to go next. If the applicant wants to come back to this town council with a modified plan, they've heard all of the issues that we have, then they may be able to bring something that the neighborhood and the town council would go, yeah, that sounds pretty compatible, and that sounds like something we would want.
I just don't think he should have music on Monday through Thursday.
Well, that's the thing, and
Till
I don't think
9
that's up for
o'clock
us
at
to
night.
Yeah, but that's-
determine the
it's a
conditions right now.
Because that's, again, they could offer up that
Kids.
condition. I think we just need to look at, let me try this. I make a motion that the location, character of the use, if developed according to the plan, will not be in harmony with the area in which it is located and is not in general conformity with the plan of development of jurisdiction and its environs. This is based on sworn testimony and evidence submitted during the evidentiary hearing, which shows the following: that staff has testified that the Oak Ridge Land Use Plan identifies this area as residential, that it is not in harmony with adjacent businesses as submitted by staff, and it is not compatible or in harmony with the RS40 neighborhood.
Second.
Yes, I would add, based on the findings of fact, also that as submitted, it follows the minimum requirements of an event center.
Restate that,
It,
Ms. Clark.
additional evidence that the plan submitted only meets the minimum requirements of an event center, which, would not meet the standard of being in harmony with the surrounding area.
So that the evidence
Yikes.
presented meets the minimum requirements of the ordinance, but is not in harmony or compatibility with the adjacent RS40 neighborhood.
Yeah.
Mr. Stone, did you not make a motion?
I did.
Yeah, but she
I'm
modified it.
adding that one,
Was
I'm just adding that one in
I
there.
forgot again, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I think that's not defensible. If it meets the minimum, if you're going to say it meets the minimum requirements, that's all that is required by the ordinance.
That's not accurate.
The harmoniousness is part of the minimum requirements. But I'm just
Yeah,
saying-
I guess maybe I could clarify. The finding of fact, as we had testimony, the testimony was attempting to say that meeting the minimum requirements proved harmony with the surrounding environment.
I see what you're saying. No,
And we would say that,
what she's saying is
doesn't.
that meeting the permitted use table is the minimum requirement that you're talking about.
yeah,
I tell you what, I've made my motion, and
go ahead, yeah, because I guess
I'm not going to modify it.
Yeah, correction, yeah.
It's already been
That's fine,
seconded.
yeah,
And it's already been
Yeah.
seconded.
okay.
Can we have a vote?
No, we still need to discuss.
Oh, I don't need discussion.
I just can't
Could you
agree with
restate the
that.
motion?
Yeah, I'll restate the motion, that the location and character of use, if developed according to the plan, will not be in harmony with the area in which it is located and is not in general conformity with the plan of development of the jurisdiction and its environs. This is based on sworn testimony and evidence submitted during the evidentiary hearing, which shows the following: that staff testified that the Oak Ridge Land Use Plan identifies this area as residential. Staff submitted that it is, that it is not in harmony with adjacent businesses as submitted by the staff report, and it is not compatible or in harmony with the adjacent RS40 neighborhood.
And I guess that's my issue where it says the staff report said it's not in harmony. I wouldn't say that the staff report said it's not in harmony.
That's true. It is not in harmony with adjacent businesses that was submitted by staff. It's not, that's not a claim of staff. They just submitted the businesses that were adjacent, and the event center is not in harmony with a flower shop or a or a hair salon.
When y'all figured that out, let us know.
Yeah,
So we can vote on it.
Well, I'm ready.
And so then continue back to the neighborhood.
I don't even know what you said.
That was it.
Okay, I heard the businesses, but I didn't hear the rest of the neighborhood. I'm sorry.
I can't hear you. What are you saying?
I said I didn't necessarily hear the comments about the RS40 neighbors.
Right, that was the third point, is that it is not compatible or in harmony with the existing RS40 neighborhood.
But a
That's-
contrary fact is that SUP, this special use permit, is allowed in RS40.
It may be allowed, but that doesn't, just because it's allowed doesn't mean that it's necessarily.
Oh, I know, but
Okay,
But if you go back to 30-10-48, there were the B, it talks about, it has 3 acres. It is along a major thoroughfare in accordance with the town thoroughfare and collector street plan. Parcels with multiple street frontages shall only use the thoroughfare as a driveway entrance. In violation of any of these standards may result in revocation of the special use permit. So,
And that's point number 3, is that it meets the required conditions and specifications. We're talking about where we have to determine based on evidence if it's in harmony with the surrounding area.
the RS40.
Right.
Part of the
Yes.
Right.
Because as a special use permit, it has a higher standard versus just the minimum requirement. Those minimum requirements are met by any scenario. We're talking about this specific one
but
for the
what
special use
about
permit.
it isn't in harmony with the RS40? Are you talking about noise? Are you talking about, I mean, I think we need a fact to support that. You're claiming it's not in harmony,
Right.
but in what way is it not in harmony?
Could you speak into your microphone?
That's correct. You always need, for each one of these, you need one or more facts that support the conclusory language. And you're using the conclusory language of not being in harmony and not in general conformity, but you need one or more facts that say why this SUP application does not reach that level.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and I would say,
Because the zoning for this, that created this, was a finding that, subject to an SUP, an acceptable SUP application, the special events zoning is compatible with the surrounding area. Again, and complies with the comprehensive plan, comports with the comprehensive plan, subject to the SUP making the specific proposed use, special use center, in harmony, compatible, and so forth. So you need one or more facts, or the absence of something not shown, that supports your conclusory language.
So that would
Which I
be
don't
the
think we
music
have.
that they said they're not willing to change, or the hours opening, they're not willing to do.
I'm sorry, Mr. Greason, could you?
Thank you, I didn't want you to hear me. But I would assume the hour operation, the music, that makes it not in harmony. I'm not saying the house is not in harmony. It is in
Right.
harmony.
Right.
Yeah.
And it meets all the guidelines to 3 acres for special use. It's the music. It's the hours they're not willing to.
And I would
That-
add to
is that enough,
that,
Mr.
that it's
Thomas?
That's a fact. You need one or more facts.
Okay.
One
So we'll
fact will
make your
do it.
motion on the
That's a-
fact
Other
of the.
one.
Yeah, I guess I would list the facts as facts, there are no other zonings surrounding the property that allow event center, so it's not consistent that way.
I don't think that, Mr. Thomas, that's not. Allows it.
Please talk in your microphone.
Zoning that created Special Event Center was a finding of, generally speaking, of compatibility and comporting with the comprehensive plan, being reasonable, in the public interest, if granted a special use permit based on a specific submission, unlike uses of right, RS 40, no other thing said, you can build a house subject to development standards. You don't need to ask anybody anything else. But for a special event center, you got to get an SUP in Oak Ridge. And that SUP has to meet these statutory criteria.
Right, and I guess my point is that it's not surrounded by other areas of zoning that allow event center. So based on the fact that it's surrounded by RS 40 and limited business that do not allow that,
Well, we only need one fact.
So let me provide,
Go with the music.
yeah,
Well,
well,
I don't need to,
But here's-
that's all we need.
okay,
We don't-
here's,
so based on the fact that it's surrounded by residential, the plan as submitted and the sworn testimony that they would not consider modifications to be in harmony with the surroundings, such as, you know, no outdoor events or no outdoor amplified music, that leads us to that it's not in harmony.
Don't let the grass grow.
Mr. Thomas, is the one sufficient? The one that condition or?
You need one fact or more that either supports a finding of, in favor of the conclusion or negates it. Negative is negative to that. You need one or more for each one of these, but it has to be a fact, not a conclusion.
So yeah, they said testimony, sworn testimony, that they would not consider a reduced maximum capacity, they would not consider no outdoor music, and they would not consider being quiet earlier.
Okay, so it sounds like we have a
Here we go.
motion. Are you,
Those
can
are
somebody do the motion?
facts. That is factual testimony.
Can somebody do the motion if it's what you're satisfied with? I mean, I think we beat it around enough.
Yep.
Okay.
So it's, you want to offer this one? You got it?
Sure. I make a motion that the location and character of use, if developed according to the plan submitted, will not be in harmony with the area in which it is be located and is not in general conformity with the plan of development of the jurisdiction and its environs. This is based on sworn testimony and evidence submitted during the evidentiary hearing, which shows the following, that the current land use is residential, surrounding it is residential and limited business, and in sworn testimony, the applicant would not consider reduced maximum occupancy and would not consider no outdoor music and would not consider being quieter earlier.
Different operating hours, yes.
How does the
Yes,
occupancy have anything to do with it? I don't understand how the occupancy has anything to do with this motion, or that,
Well, 150 people outside is noise.
Potential things to be more harmonious with the residential area.
I just don't think, you know, the capacity of it's 150.
We'll take that off, let's just go.
Okay, that was a motion.
Second.
We have
All right,
a motion
Ms.
and a
Ms.
second.
Clark, did you agree to remove that?
Occupancy.
Sure.
So would you restate that, just the last part? The applicant said would not
Please.
consider.
Well, and actually, I guess I don't really want to remove that, actually.
Okay.
Because I think that is
Just leave it in there.
relevant.
I'll
Because
second
that
it.
could be a special condition of saying, you know, hey, 20
But
people,
that is
but
not,
they said they would not
is that
consider,
allowable, Michael? The 150 in there?
saying that they would not consider a reduced occupancy.
It's evidence.
The occupancy is 150 on the
Why
zone.
are, well, okay.
Okay,
Let's
they,
just
they
vote
wouldn't,
on
they
the-
wouldn't consider
The
less,
noise sounds like it's your best.
Yeah, I've been trying to tell you all this. I mean, my God,
In terms of
Okay,
this
Mike, settle
conclusion,
down.
every time you add something to it, it just, we're not getting anywhere on this. There's,
Okay, but we have a motion and a second.
Yeah.
Oppose, and we'll look, is there further discussion?
I just think this leaves out a lot of relevant facts, the preservation of the home, the sworn testimony that they're going to comply with all the terms of the text amendment, and this concerns me.
we have a second.
No, it was seconded. And we're at discussion now. And I have a,
I'm finished.
well, I think Ann's points are well taken, that you've made the motion, you found the facts, but you've left some of the things that were agreed to before. I mean, clearly, at this point, we're going to be I believe they should be added that was the starting point, and then we ended up with the issues about noise and compatibility with the neighborhood.
I just don't see how the historical house has anything to do with it. We're going on facts here. It is a historical house, but
And it's
that's,
being renovated.
but it is fine, but that has nothing to do with this. We're looking for a fact, one fact. To me, it's all about the noise and the hours. That's all it's about. It'll be a great house.
Yeah, it says the use of it, not the look of it.
I call the question.
Okay. So I'm not sure.
That means we have to vote, because
Okay.
we've been talking about this for a long time.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second, and we had further discussion. The question's been called. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Nay. All right. So I guess that was 3-2, Sandra.
So, Mr. Thomas, what,
And so at this point,
number 4 and number 5 have failed.
so therefore,
They can come back to us, right?
therefore, on the basis of,
you cannot grant the permit tonight based on this evidentiary showing. Again, based on my experience and usage and custom, you have a choice simply to deny this and thank everybody for coming. You can, if you feel like this is a salvageable permit and want to hear more evidence from the two sides to make a decision at a renewed hearing, you can do that. You don't have to. You
That
can
would be-
simply deny the permit and the applicant can try again. at
That would
another-
be continuing it to a date certain.
That would be continuing it to a date certain for that purpose.
But we would only have to hear that part of it, right?
You can restrict the hearing to that
Yeah,
part.
I mean, I'm fine with them coming back to us with operating hours that are different.
They-
Well, but
They could choose to come back. We don't.
Or if
we-
they want to come back.
If we continue it, we're making them come back, right?
Well,
Well, we're
you're
gonna
granting
deny
the
it.
opportunity, and if the parties don't avail themselves of it, then it would die from lack of further evidence. But that's up to you, this council.
but
Even if we reject it, they can come back and apply again, right?
They
Yeah.
can,
But we would have to go through the whole thing again.
yes.
And we would, there's a couple things we're hung up about. We can hear that. Let them come back if they want to.
Well, but
Is
I
my-
think that the point is that if we push this to a date certain, well,
It's-
they can decline to come back,
Right, that's right.
right? So,
They can say they've had enough.
okay.
but my concern is if I don't want to go through this again. Lord knows I don't want to go through this again. But
You're not through it now.
yeah, I know. But the thing about it is, there were other conditions that I would like to discuss with the applicant, but I guess we could do that if we continue this to a date certain.
And if you do, as I use the word salvageable for a situation that otherwise could simply go to a denial at this point, if you're of that mind, then yes, you can confine a further hearing to the specific two conclusions that evidence did not support tonight. And you can also invite additional special conditions, which if those two are found in favor of the applicant, you'd still want to consider special conditions, is what I'm hearing.
But because this is a quasi-judicial hearing,
Can't do that outside the hearing.
yeah, so we can't even say the neighbors need to talk with the applicant and y'all come up with a plan. This is our plan.
That should be the instruction to the parties, yes. But the parties, having heard that they're being given that opportunity, should know what they're expected
That's
to
correct.
present, whether in opposition or in support, and be prepared to come back within the hearing process, in the hearing, not before, but in the hearing, with that additional evidence for this council.
So based on that guidance, I would like to move that we continue this hearing to consider the last two criteria about the value of effects on value of adjoining or abutting property and the harmoniousness with the surrounding area at our April 9th meeting.
And I would add, I'd certainly make sure, and I'm sure this is your assumption, that all members will be at that meeting. You would not want to resume this,
All members of council, you mean? Yeah.
all members of this board, that you would not want to, even with a bare quorum, it's still,
Okay.
you want to make sure
Okay,
everybody who,
dependent on everyone's attendance at that meeting.
all the decision makers are still present for the next
Great.
session.
Agree.
I have a question. If we continue this, and we want to hear on those points, at what point would the special use permit application be a reapplication? Like, we're not necessarily looking for additional evidence.
That
Some
would
of the
come
evidence
after you've
might need to
denied-
change.
Well, after you've denied the application. It wouldn't be a reapplication until you've denied this application.
Well, so that's my point. We're not really lacking evidence at this point, especially for number 5. The current application is not in harmony.
Well, we're
And I feel like-
asking them to present, we're offering them the opportunity to convince us.
On those final four.
On number 4 and 5.
That was a split vote, remember, and I think that's appropriate to a split vote, that we give them the opportunity to convince us, and we give the other side the opportunity to convince us, and that we consider additional conditions at that time as well. I realize that a majority of this council may want to simply deny this outright, and if you want to do it, let's do it. I don't think that's the right decision. I think we need to consider these last two matters very, very carefully. I agree that we didn't have a lot of evidence on number 4. I think we disagree a little bit on number 5, but I also think that we could have a more productive conversation with the applicant being given another opportunity to go through this on a smaller scale.
I don't
I
think it's
could
an.
go along with it. I don't mind.
And my only concern is that, again, because it's quasi-judicial, is that somehow we have to address the compatibility and the harmony. And we can't do that, but we can't instruct folks to do that either. And so
They've heard our concerns, though, and that gives them, because right now, we don't really want to open it up to them to we can't really open this back up, but they can have the opportunity to address our concerns that they have heard at length.
And there's no restriction for the applicant and the neighbors to speak. That's not ex parte. They're not decision makers, so they can meet together.
So I guess I have a question. it says the plan submitted.
Yeah, I mean, technically, that's right.
So at what point would they have to, at what point would it be considered a new application? Like, let's say
Only
if
if we
they,
deny it.
Then we would have to go through the whole process.
well,
Over
I guess,
again, or we
yeah,
could take an hour and get it over with.
yeah, hear me
Next
out.
meeting. I'm trying to.
Yeah, so basically, since we did have evidence to support number 5 that it's currently not in harmony, I feel like the current application should be rejected. And in order to be in harmony, it would have to be a new application with new voluntary conditions that the applicant came up with.
Or they could.
I made a motion. Is there a second on my motion?
Second.
And just to address Councilman Clark briefly, that's not strictly true, because again, if they bring in new evidence, that's more evidence than you had tonight. That's additional evidence. So you wouldn't be plowing over the same ground. I would agree with you that that would be fruitless, because you've already, you've effectively weighed the evidence tonight and found shortcomings in those two areas. So the purpose of a continued hearing and a resumed hearing is to bring in, not argue over the same thing, but bring in new facts, new factual material that would possibly give you the chance to approve it or further back up the opponents.
And I guess my question is, are they able to change their site plan without it being a new application?
Oh, no, not in my opinion.
So that's
What
my
needs
point.
to be
Unless-
changed on the site plan?
There might be some to make it more harmonious. There might be some changes to the site plan.
You know, all
So
we're
I don't
going to
wanna-
do is
I don't
we're
wanna look at
trying
the
to
same
cut
site
out
plan.
6
Of
more
course they
hours
can
of
change-
this
of course they
testimony
can
going
change the
around
site
and
plan.
around to listen to 2 items. It's not that hard.
But
It doesn't mean we have to approve it at the next one. My God, let's move on.
We have a motion,
Yes, we have a motion and a
and it was
second.
seconded.
Well, is the April date certain? Because I'm not certain that I will be at that April date.
Will or will not?
I'm not sure that I will.
Okay,
There.
the April 9th date, and if Councilwoman Clark isn't available, then we would
Move it to
do it on the
May.
May 7th date.
And so this would be looking at the same site plan in a few months?
Although I would make an
Unless they offered
argument,
it, unless they
Mr.
changed it.
Thomas, when we look at HPC applications, which is also quasi-judicial, we get elevations, we get materials and all sorts of stuff. And if they come back, if they hear us say that simply isn't compatible with the design standards, they can come back to us and say, oh, we're going to change the bricks from being pink to being brown.
Yeah.
And that would be like changing the site plan. So I don't want to rule that out. I don't want to say that they can't change anything. But I've amended my motion to say those 2 dates. Let's call the question here.
Well, so that was my, I guess, question was, I want to save time too, so I don't want to come back in a few months to see the same site plan. It doesn't seem,
That was my initial reaction. Sean, what do you think? Would modification of the site plan result in a new application or necessitate?
Not under those, like if they're just coming back with those 2 standards and there's things within that, with the harmonious part of it, if that's part of, they have to amend their site plan to make it more harmonious, I don't see that as a problem doing that.
All right, well, I would defer to our planner on that then.
so as long as they could amend the site plan potentially to make it more harmonious, then I'm fine with continuing to.
Okay, so we have
What
a,
was the motion?
Oh, my God, April 9th or May?
Okay, I forgot.
all right.
It's been 10 minutes.
So, and this is.
I
to-
think there needs to be one date that you continue it to, and if
If we can't
Councilwoman
make it,
Clark is
then
not
we'll
available,
finish.
then you continue it again.
Okay, April 9th then.
Well-
Thank you. And then if
Just
you're
say May,
not-
just to be sure.
I would rather get
have
this,
to know
I think
tonight.
the applicant would probably rather get this done with. And I think if you're there, we do it. If you're not, we continue it to May. And we would
Oh.
let them know as soon as we knew in advance, like as soon as you know.
Okay.
Thank you.
April 9th.
April 9th.
Let's vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any nays? No, 5 to 1.
Want to take
Okay.
another break?
Yeah, well, I think we all need to.
Thank you, folks.
I think we need to move officially to continue the next public hearing to the April meeting, don't we?
What,
No.
next year?
I mean, we can't just go home now.
Why not?
No.
We have a public hearing that we announced.
Right.
Yeah,
Don't
they
we
were
have
saying,
to
uh,
make a motion to continue it to a date certain if we're not going to hold it?
But we're going to hold
We're
it.
going to
We're
hold
going to
it.
hold it now?
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to make a motion that we continue it to the April 9th meeting because,
No.
Everyone's been waiting for hours, so let's just,
All right, well, look,
okay,
in the meantime, we're going to take a short break to clear our
oh, no.
5 minutes. that took 20 and a half Howertons to get through number 7. We're now on the agenda at a public hearing. And the public hearing is about a trail easement closing. Since I'm looking to Bill and Mr. Thomas, but coming back, it's snapping back from evidentiary hearing to public hearing, I can suggest that for those in favor of this closing, they have 20 minutes. And for those opposed, they have 20 minutes, and then there'll be 5 minutes of rebuttal for each. So we're kind of back to something that's more familiar to us, and we can proceed from that standpoint. So shall we get to the staff report? Would that be Mr. Taylor to provide the staff report?
We have a request for us tonight to close a public trail easement along the western boundary of the Ashford subdivision. The developer of the Ashford subdivision, Green Horse LLC, and its representatives were requested to voluntarily grant the town of Oak Ridge a trail easement within the Ashford subdivision. Members of the Planning and Zoning Board made this request during the subdivision approval process for the subdivision. Green Horse LLC voluntarily granted to the town of Oak Ridge an 8-foot public trail easement along the western portion of the Ashford subdivision. Land use plan recommendation, policy 2.2.2, in lower density areas where sidewalks are not practical, alternative pedestrian accommodations such as trails, greenways, et cetera, should be incorporated into neighborhood design and should be used as linkages between neighborhoods, whether or not vehicular connections are available. Planning and Zoning Board recommendation addressing comprehensive land use plan consistency and other appropriate matters. Motion to recommend to the Town Council to deny the request to remove the public trail use easement in the Ashford subdivision. This motion to deny was made by Patty Pasleroux, seconded by Patrick Fiorentino, and the vote was 6-0 in favor to deny the request to remove the easement.
So this request is to deny. So those are in favor of the motion, or the denial, should speak now for 20 minutes.
I'm sorry. What we have before us is a public hearing on the resolution of intent that a majority of council approved to close the trail easement. So the question is whether that's going to be voted in the affirmative or negative. So if you want to think of it in terms of pro and con, the pro are people in favor of the closing and vacating of the easement. The con or negative would be those against closing or vacating this easement, because that's the statutory process.
Okay, and I think that's
sort of what you said.
that's kind of what I thought I was saying, but maybe I was saying it incorrectly.
I'm sure you were.
I'm not sure, but
Okay.
I'm not sure of anything right now. But, so the beginning thing would be those folks that are for closing.
Closing it, that's right.
So do we have any, you got 20 minutes for those that, do we have people that want to speak for closing the easement? Yes, sir. State your name, come forward, state your name. You'll have 3, and I'm looking to Sandra to see if she's got her gong over there but you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You state your name.
No, there's no timing on individual comments, just on the 20 minutes.
Oh, the 20 minutes, okay, yeah, sorry. Yeah.
All right, good evening. My name is Chris Charette. I live in Ashford neighborhood, Lot 16, 7785 Polar Drive. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I wanted to focus on 2 issues tonight: liability and the design reality of this trail seemingly dead-ending inside of our neighborhood. First, liability. I'm currently involved in an ongoing homeowner-related liability dispute tied to property conditions. I won't go into any details tonight, but it has made me very aware of how quickly situations can turn into long, expensive, and stressful legal matters. Even when you believe you've done everything right, once risk is introduced, you lose control over how it unfolds. In this case, the trail easement physically runs through privately owned residential lots. Homeowners remained landowners. While the town may and the Mountain to Sea Trail Committee may intend to maintain or manage the trail, to my knowledge, there has been no clear explanation provided to the affected homeowners about liability protections, indemnification, or how risk is allocated if someone is injured or property is impacted. Without that clarity, the risk does not disappear. It simply becomes uncertain and shared. Second, the design issue. The trail does not function as a true connector. It ends at Polar Drive in Ashford. That makes our neighborhood the destination rather than part of a continuous network. A dead-end trail inside of a residential community increases wandering, off-trail use, and unintended interactions within the neighborhood, all of which simply amplify safety and liability concerns. To be clear, we're not opposed to trails or connectivity. We support these goals. Our concern is whether these specific alignment makes sense as a public trail given the impacts on the homeowners in the area and the lack of defined protections and the dead-end design. Regardless of how an easement exists on paper, council has the discretion over how it is activated. We respectfully ask you to close this easement and explore alternatives that achieve trail goals without placing disproportionate risk on one neighborhood. Thank you for your time and consideration tonight.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to speak on this, to close? State your name and address.
My name is Jennifer Yates. I live at 6805 Brennan Way in Ashford subdivision. My husband and I moved from Greensboro to Oak Ridge last April. We chose Oak Ridge over neighboring areas for various reasons, including the options of neighborhoods featuring large lots with privacy, natural spaces, and growing business community, as well as just to escape the busyness of Greensboro. I feel strongly about this, so excuse me while I try to get my words together. We ultimately chose a home in the Ashford subdivision. There are currently 8 homeowners, and the 9th homeowner's custom home is almost completed, and the 10th homeowner has purchased a lot to start building in the near future. In July, after some personal research, I discovered the issues surrounding the public trail easement located in our neighborhood. Had we been made aware of this issue prior to purchasing our home, it honestly would have impacted our decision. And I'm not sure that we would be here, but I'm here now on behalf of my family and the other neighbors in Ashford community to ask that this easement be closed for several reasons. First off, the planned trail layout is inconsistent with other public trails. It just makes no logical sense. It's only 8 feet wide, where other trails are much wider, flow through common areas, are built into the developments. This trail runs behind multiple homes in both Bear Creek and Ashford subdivisions through a tree preservation over drainage easements. I'm sure there have been ideas brought up to how to make this buildable trail despite these obstacles. As a resident, I have not been approached of how that would happen. I haven't been shown any other alternative options as well. So the biggest issue that I do have and my fellow neighbors is the path dead ends in our neighborhood. Like Chris said, we're a destination. We're not connecting. But yet, Bandera Farms is going to be right down the street. That we're going to have hikers coming through our neighborhood, through our front yards, through the front road, through our yards, to get to Bandera Farms. So that leads me to my second point, safety and privacy for our families. Again, we moved from Greensboro to Oak Ridge for privacy, space, and to get away from the busyness. Since there is no connecting trail out of our neighborhood, this would lead to the increased flow of public traffic, which will be walking directly alongside our private properties and parking in our community. This creates ongoing privacy and safety concerns and would ultimately change how we, homeowners, utilize our outdoor spaces. This isn't the same as having a new neighbor behind us or beside us. We get to know them on a day-to-day basis. These are people, new faces every day coming through our neighborhood. While we support the public trail system and the benefits it has to offer, this particular easement places an unfair burden on all the Ashford homeowners and Bear Creek homeowners, not just where the lot touches or is on their land. We are new to Oak Ridge, and it's disappointing that we have chose to invest here and are having to be concerned with increased traffic and safety in our own neighborhood. Removal of this easement wouldn't set a dangerous precedent for future easements. I think this situation would allow the process of adding future public easements to neighborhoods be analyzed more closely and carefully with full consideration given to the communities that they directly involve, not just to meet town goals. And in response to other various statements made in favor of this trail, this is not a community asset that benefits everyone, especially the community it greatly affects doesn't even want it. Thank you.
Anyone else? State your name and your address.
Gary Eubanks, 6908 Tully Court. We were the first family to build in Ashford, and we were literally 2/3 through before we even heard about an easement trail. As Chris and Miss Yates said, it's a trail to nowhere. Well, it's also not a trail to anywhere because it starts in a creek. And if they ever develop it more, they got to build a bridge. And I'm not sure, and we'll probably hear later, they say no trees will be affected. Well, if anybody's walked on that trail, trees will be affected, and there's a tree preservation. Is there a size limit to what trees are protected or what's not protected, or is all trees protected? If it is, no trail can go there unless they're climbing trees. And then I just want to say on a personal note, I was at the planning and zoning, and it was about as a biased meeting that I've ever been in. And with anything, when you're dealing with elected officials, you're going to pick the people that represent you the best. So that's why some people may not be here now and some new people are, because you pick the people that you want to represent you. And thank you for your time, and we do love Oak Ridge.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we have one gentleman coming.
Good evening, almost good morning. Kevin Brecka, 6819 Koala Drive, Bear Creek. I'm also the Bear Creek HOA president. I appreciate what you've done. Kevin Brecka, B-R-E-K-K-A. First, my thanks to you all. It is late. You've done a lot of your service today, and we appreciate it. Looking back at the calendar, it's been 2.5 years. So I want to speak to community, and I want to speak to Good Trails. As to community, all 23 homes, of Bear Creek, since the inception of learning about this, after it had been already put in place, all spoke, both in petitions, both in meetings, both in meeting and visiting with some of you, in all efforts to try and express the concerns. And that community stands again. In my walking from house to house, the same message. It doesn't fit, it doesn't make sense, it's a bad trail. Why would they put this here? As much as we like trails, this doesn't make sense. So the community of Bear Creek, again, speaks to there's a better way. There's good trails out there, and we do love trails. So each person here who speaks for trails, we speak with you. But we can't speak for a bad trail. We can't speak for a trail that does impact our community. If you walk up that trail line, the first thing you're going to come across on the date that I heard about it is that one of my neighbors had just put up a children's swing set, not long before that. There's no barrier, there's no protection, and there's no guarantee. There's no guarantee anywhere, but there's no wisdom in opening up to a public area, an open area of your backyard, for someone to just keep walking on through. You may say, well, that's speculating whether it's dangerous. Danger is a thing that you don't create unnecessarily. This trail creates danger unnecessarily, not only physically, but also to the community, because now you don't know who you've just entered to this access. And well said, it is not a pass-through, it is an endpoint right in the middle of the neighborhood. The danger that also comes, not just to every parent looking out their window, to making sure who is that group of people walking by, because the next house you get is to another neighbor who had just put in a pool. That trail is approximately 40 feet from the pool. There's no privacy, there's no community when there's a bad trail. What that trail also then does is when you come to the place where you have to walk out, stepping over what is really a waterway, you have anyone who wants to park their car can park them wherever in this neighborhood, or has an intention to drive in or out, goes down one of two streets, either into Bear Creek on Koala or into Ashford on Ashford. So you have vehicles driving down into this community to this point. I want to tell you about another neighbor. He has 4 sons. As you come into the community in Bear Creek off of Brookbank Road, on the right side, come to the first corner. He's got a beautiful home, nice open area, playground. He's got 4 boys playing all sorts of games, all sorts of activities all day long. No need for a fence. As he testified here previously, if I have to deal with cars coming and going to this trail, I have to put up a fence. This trail is creating disunity. This is not a good trail. You would not want this in your backyard. It's not about not in my backyard, it's about not in anybody's backyard.
Mr. Brecka, I'm sorry. I need you to address the council,
Okay.
and that way I can hear you as well, because when you turn around, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry about that.
That's okay.
It is about making sure the community has a place where there is a good sense of, this is good for what we all should have. Access, safety, privacy, and ability to interact where we're not put in a position of these people will come through and you'll figure out a way to deal with it. No trail should be based on that kind of premise. This trail is about the things that all people have come forth with, their safety, their home, their interests. As I previously presented in one of our petitions, 2 years ago, it's changed a little bit, but it's still the same number, 40 children just in Bear Creek. At the time, 30 of them were under 18. About 8 of them are off to college now. You still have a young community, an important thing to have in any Oak Ridge community. The ability for everyone to know that you can walk the dog, you can come, your kids can go on bike rides, and your neighborhoods can be, in a fashion, a place where you know where you are, others coming know where they are, but people coming off a trail that's come from any number of places don't actually even know where they've come into. They're just in amongst houses. That's not how the community is built. We'd love to keep building our community, but we ask you that you don't do it this way. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like, yes, sir?
Jonathan Deline, 7796 Polar Drive, Oak Ridge, North Carolina. It's hard to follow Kevin. He's pretty much summed it up well, but you've heard from me before. I really appreciate you staying late and hearing us out and, your service that you do for the town and all of us, especially at these late hours. I just want to just reiterate again that, there is everybody likes trails. We want you to keep pursuing trails in Oak Ridge. That's absolutely true. There's a better way, there's a better trail, and it's not this one. 8 foot wide for all the reasons, safety, et cetera. I challenge you to go back out there and just walk that little 8-foot strip. There's going to be some trees that have to come out of there. I don't know how you get around that thing, and it's going to go against tree preservation, et cetera. But I think the biggest thing is we've elected you as officials, and we want to be heard. And it's not just not in our backyard. It's let's come together. We could have done this a lot earlier in the process, I think. And like my wife always tells me, it's never too late to do the right thing. If we work together, we can find a better trail than this. And it can be a great trail that we can all enjoy. And I think if you listen as elected officials to those who've voted for you and beyond, the very neighborhoods that are here represented tonight are not wanting this particular branch. And they're all saying there's a better way. So I just want to encourage us to continue to work together and find that the right path through here that's actually a fun trail to walk on and doesn't have all those other issues that Kevin just brought up around safety and dumping into the middle of nowhere and all the different things we've been saying for a while. So just thanks again for your time and hearing this tonight. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to speak, I guess, for the closure of this trail? Do we still have a minute or two, or what's the?
Almost 6 minutes.
All right, but there's no one else. So we could move on and close this and then look for the group that would speak for keeping the trail. So who would be first? A familiar. It's almost 3 minutes.
I was going to
to
say good
midnight.
morning, but I'm not there yet, right?
No,
Okay.
not quite.
Ann Steele, I'm the chair of the Oak Ridge Mountains to Sea Trail Committee. I live at 8927 Grove Park Drive. Council members, I'm requesting that you take the advice of your appointed Board of Planning and Zoning, who voted unanimously on January 22nd to keep the Ashford easement. There are many benefits of trails in a community, from what I've heard over the past 3 years and tonight even. No one disputes or argues that opinion. I would like to remind us all of why we should not remove this valuable asset from our town. This stretch of land provides opportunity for friends to connect, strangers to meet, and for stress and anxiety to be released. There are numerous mental and physical benefits to being out among nature. This easement provides folks with a place to safely be among trees and wildlife. It provides a place for people to take a deep breath and feel their shoulders relax. It provides a place for people to connect on the trail. It provides a pathway for people to get to others without getting in their car. Plans in Oak Ridge have been to find a way to join neighborhoods, to bring people together. Having easements is what makes that possible. Hikers are out to experience the joys of walking outside among nature. They are there because they appreciate it and want it to continue to be available to them. The MST committee has worked diligently to plan and build trails in Oak Ridge to connect parks, neighborhoods, and trails. If this easement is removed, it will undermine the time, effort, and energy of many people who have worked hard to establish the trails available in our community. I would also like to mention that if you own property, there's a line where it stops and it becomes another person's property. You do not get to decide what your adjacent property owner does with their land. Thank you for your time. Please keep the Ashford easement in place.
Thank you. Come forward and state your name and address, sir.
Mayor and Council, I'm Jim Kinnaman, 8502 Hollow River Court. I believe Council Member Lindsay Clark should recuse herself from this vote. Under 160D-109, a member cannot participate in a quasi-judicial or legislative decision where there's a direct, substantial, and readily identifiable financial impact. Ms. Clark has publicly characterized this easement as a detriment to her property. Therefore, its removal constitutes a direct financial benefit to her. Furthermore, because she's acting as her own counsel in opposition to the town regarding this easement, she is the sole active litigant. Closing the easement would relieve her of the costs and burden of the lawsuit. One cannot be both the judge and the plaintiff. If she does not recuse, council should vote to recuse her under 168-75. Failure to do so violates the expectation of an impartial review and aggrieves every resident of Oak Ridge. To vacate this easement under 168-299, you must find that the closure is not contrary to the public interest. That finding is impossible to find. Trails are foundational to Oak Ridge, documented in our 1998 incorporation vision, the 2006 Parks Plan, and the 2013 and 2021 pedestrian plan. For 28 years, our citizens have consistently ranked trails as a top priority. To find that this closure isn't contrary to the public interest, you would have to find that the pedestrian plan is now suddenly irrelevant. You cannot hold two contradictory public interests at the same time. The argument that privacy justifies this closure is a private concern, the word private, not a public one. Using private desire for seclusion to extinguish a public property right is by definition contrary to the public interest. Some may argue this trail isn't feasible yet. However, NCGS 136-96 provides a clear 15-year window for the public to open and use a dedicated right-of-way. The state recognizes that building trails networks requires long-term planning. To vacate this asset before that statutory window has even closed is a direct violation of the public trust and the intent of North Carolina law. This easement is a vested public asset with tangible value. We do not give away town equipment for free. We should not give away town land rights to satisfy a private complainant. If the council accepts privacy as a valid reason to vacate an easement, you are effectively granting a private gift of public land value to any homeowner who asks. As a former council member and mayor, I know that council holds these easements in trust for all citizens. I'm submitting these comments to the official record. If this council chooses a private interest over 28 years of documented public policy, I believe this provides a strong basis for judicial review. I urge you to protect the town assets and the public's trust. Thank you.
Mr. Eckenrod?
Adrian Eckenrod, 5679 Timber Trace Way, Oak Ridge. I couldn't agree any more with Mr. Kinnaman's remarks. So they overlap much of mine, so given the fact that we are at 12:03 a.m., I will amend mine to just kind of hit some points that I thought might complement what was already stated just prior. Trails, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Trails offer both walkability and proximity, which significantly increases property values. This is backed by strong empirical evidence. Research shows that trails increase property values from 2 to 20% more in the premium neighborhoods, which is where Oak Ridge would more follow. This is proved by, I'm just trying to skip ahead here, Headwater Economics analyzed over 130 plus independent studies. This is backed by Zillow, Redfin, National Association of Realtors. All of these show immense value to trails. With that stated, I also was not able to attend last meeting, but I completely echo that the fact that Councilwoman Clark has not recused herself is a complete egregious effort to not to be voting on this, which is active litigation. And for some of the comments that I've heard prior speaking for, we haven't heard about trails or what options we have. There's active litigation by Mrs. Clark. That can't be discussed. That can't be planned. MST can't move that ball forward while litigation's ongoing. MST has already stated multiple times they're ready to do fencing, landscaping, barriers, whatever's necessary to make the trails accommodatable. That can't happen with active litigation. That's why you haven't heard anything more about, well, what will we do here? To condense down, I'll give you just a personal piece from my experience. I created a trail in my neighborhood. My backyard backs up to Beaver Creek, and our neighborhood kids come in and go through that. It kind of connects up to Mr. Stone's property. My son kind of helped forge that a bit. I grew up in Greensboro. I moved here as well. My property backed up into the Guilford College Woods. We moved to that residence when I was 1 year old. That has massive trails. In fact, we helped build more trails. And being a corner lot, it went all the way down our side and all the way across the back, completely through that. Constant people walking, dogs, but it was amazing. I rode my bike through there. Trails aren't, this criminal activity. Trails invite community. That's why it increases property value. And the idea that the town would give this away, to me, is just outrageous. Trails need planning. I hear, oh, it's just short. It's a connector. It's only 8 feet. I made trails that are 4 feet, and people walked and biked and everything on that. 8 feet is more than ample. Plus, it needs long-term planning. Yes, it's not connecting somewhere else now, but if we simply cut off a trail because it doesn't make sense today, well, that planning in 10, 15 years doesn't mean anything. I think others might have to speak, so I'll just go ahead and end my comments here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, state your name and address.
Yes, John Chipman, 1686 Deer Run Court, Oak Ridge. And thank you, Mayor and Council. Better put these on. The decision before the council is whether a lawful land use decision can be reversed based on claims of privacy tied to proximity. This vote raises serious due process concerns. For more than 2 years, objections to this land use were raised through town processes and legal filings by nearby residents, including a sitting council member whose property is directly affected and whose active legal filings related to this matter. Those objections, repeated here tonight, assert impacts to safety, liability, home values, and privacy, which did not result in the land use removal being overturned. Most recently, the Planning and Zoning Board again reviewed the matter and unanimously recommended retraining the trail as recorded. What is different tonight is who may be voting. The potential deciding vote may be cast by a council member who is personally affected by this land use decision and who is actively involved in a related legal action. Whether or not the interest is narrowly construed as financial, as the council member has suggested, it raises real questions about impartiality, which is a constitutional requirement for land use decisions. At the same time, privacy is being cited as the main justification. Under state law, privacy protects against intentional intrusion into places like the interior of a home or an enclosed backyard. A public trail approved through established land use processes does not meet that standard. Proximity alone is not a privacy violation. What remains is not a legal privacy issue, but discomfort with proximity. If this land use decision is reversed tonight, it sets the precedent that personal proximity, especially when held by an elected official with active litigation, can drive outcomes under the label of privacy. That invites conflict of interest challenges, appeals, and costly litigation, and puts other public land uses at risk. So my request tonight is straightforward. Defer this vote tonight. Direct the town attorney to provide the council's legal guidance on the procedural and conflict questions in a form that can be made public to the extent permitted by law, and obtain independent outside counsel if needed to fully assess due process and partiality risk before any final action. Please do not set precedent that you and we may spend years and taxpayer dollars defending. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please state your name and provide your address.
I had good evening, but it's good morning now, I guess.
Yes, it is.
My name is Stephanie Farrell, and I live at 5839 Billet Road in Oak Ridge. I'm here tonight as a member of the Oak Ridge Mountains to the Sea Trail Committee and as a concerned citizen of Oak Ridge to ask you to vote to keep the Ashford Trail easement open. I really had a hard time formulating exactly what I wanted to say. After all, we've been talking about the Ashford Trail easement for more than 2 years. What's left to say after 2 years of meetings, discussions, phone calls, brainstorming, and research on a 867.28-foot long trail easement? 2+ years and 867 feet have taught me a lot. I'd like to share a little bit of what I've learned for you to consider as you think about your vote tonight. First, misinformation can be weaponized to fit your need if you don't want something, because people oftentimes believe fear over fact. Early on, we were told that the reason that the easement could not remain open was because trails brought crime, litter, danger, and strangers with ill intent to neighborhoods. Children would not be safe if a public trail was built nearby. Home values would suffer, and people would have a difficult time reselling property near a trail. With many miles of trails in Oak Ridge and no reports of incidents, I had a hard time wrapping my head around this, and research proved that this was indeed false. Home values actually go up with access to trails. Perhaps that's why even today the marketing materials for the Ashford subdivision tout its proximity to the MST as a benefit. The personal benefits of trails are numerous, and research shows that people want trails in their community. It turns out people want a place to walk that's not a paved sidewalk. They want the ability to connect with nature, and they want connectivity with other neighborhoods, parks, and town facilities. People who use trails aren't criminals or evildoers. They're families, they're your neighbors, they're groups of friends out to get fresh air. They're people like the members of the Bear Creek neighborhood who said many times, we don't have a problem with trails. We support trails. We really do like trails. We just don't want them in our backyard. And so you can add the acronym NIMBY to the list of things I've learned, not in my backyard. Second, even with more than 5 years on the MST committee and many days spent learning about trail construction from Mr. Joel Deaton, I was reminded that trails don't have to be built on flat ground, and you can build trails around trees. We were told that the Ashford Trail easement could be closed because a trail could not be built on this 867-foot piece of land in Oak Ridge. Terrain was too challenging and sizable trees needed to be cut down to accommodate the trail. However, that too is false. It's true that the terrain is more varied than other trails in Oak Ridge, but it can accommodate a trail. And no, trees would not have to be removed in the process. Trail easements become easements because they are not necessarily the most desired land for development. The topography of the area is not an issue, and it is in fact quite like the trail easement behind the Pemberley development. I learned that when in doubt, blame the process. If you don't like the answer about not closing the easement, blame the process for putting that easement in place and the people who managed it. This has been a really hard one because it's brought into question the integrity and professionalism of the Oak Ridge town staff, who I hold in high regard. Planning and zoning recently, again, voted that all processes needed to put this easement in place were followed as required, and that the easement should not be closed, again. Yet that's not enough. An ongoing and potentially costly court case filed by one of our very town council members remains open. And the biggest thing I've learned, it's maybe not trail-related, but it's definitely important, and everyone in this room should remember elections matter. The people who make decisions for our town, our small town of 7,000 people, have a lot of responsibility. If they choose to operate with questionable ethics, vengeance, or a personal agenda, we will all lose. And if someone runs a campaign on a platform of change, you should probably clarify if they mean change that is good for the whole community or a privileged few. More than ever, the Ashford Trail easement is an important part of the future of the trail network of Oak Ridge. During the past 2 years, while there was ongoing meetings, discussions, and brainstorming about this 867 feet of trail, the MST committee, staff, and others did not sit idle. On the north end of the Ashford easement, trails have been completed behind the Pemberley and Carriage Cove subdivisions on trail easements provided by developers. 3 scouts achieved their Eagle Scout ranks thanks to the bridges they built on these trails. A trailhead with a parking lot has been built, and we're looking forward to a grand opening in the spring. To the south of the Ashford easement, the ground has finally been broken on Bandera, and construction is ongoing with a tentative opening in November of this year. 2 years ago, we were told the easement should be closed because it was a trail to nowhere. The Ashford trail easement is now, above all, a vital link needed between the new Pemberley Carriage Cove trails and the Bandera Farm trails, to which Oak Ridge has made a considerable investment. After years of planning and forward strategic thinking from past town leadership and many trail workdays manned by a fleet of volunteers, the reality of a walkable town is coming to fruition. Your vote tonight will be a potential game changer. If you vote to close the trail easement, you're telling developers that it will cost them greatly to incorporate trails and developments. You're telling community members that trails don't have a place in Oak Ridge, and that the interests of an outspoken few outweigh the good of the many, and that if you don't like something, compromise is not an option anymore. Costly litigation, ill will, misinformation, and mudslinging is the new way to go. Does this mean that we're headed towards a future where citizens will jump to file a lawsuit if they don't like what someone's doing on their property? Should Mr. Thomas prepare to defend the town in a case filed by a citizen to stop the annoying sound of pickleball games? Or what will happen if a park neighbor files suit against the town to stop evening baseball games at the park because the lights are too bright? These are ridiculous examples, but are we far away from that in the future? The Oak Ridge Trail effort has been an excellent community builder for our town, and it's so satisfying to see people out enjoying the trails and hearing how much they enjoy them. Personally speaking, the MST committee work has been some of the most rewarding projects that I've ever been involved in. It's one of the town's best features and has brought us accolades from local, regional, and state organizations who are impressed with the effort that we've put into the trails and the benefits it's brought us. Please think about what you've learned over the last 2 years and consider the big picture as you are voting tonight, and vote to keep the Ashford Trail easement, all 867.28 feet of it, open. Thank you.
Next.
I just kind of assumed. Council tonight, Martha Pittman, 8018 Fogelman Road, here in Oak Ridge. Tonight is a little different. Tonight I'm speaking as a representative of the Friends of the Mountains to Sea Trail Board of Directors. The Friends, as we refer to ourselves, is a nonprofit organization with thousands of members that support our North Carolina flagship state trail in communities across the state. While the MST is a long-distance trail that crosses North Carolina from the Great Smoky Mountains to the Outer Banks, nearly all users are local residents enjoying the trail as a safe outdoor space for exercising or connecting with nature. Many hikers are families exploring together without tablets and cell phones. Oak Ridge has embraced the MST and has been a strong and active partner as we continue our work moving more miles off the roadways and onto more welcoming trails and pathways. The current and future success of the MST, or any trail, is dependent on the understanding that public access easements are just that. They are permanent. Landowners, the state, municipalities, individual volunteers, and many other partners who invest their time and resources into a trail must have confidence that their work will stand in perpetuity. We are concerned that removing this legally established public trail easement will set a bad precedent and could create an existential danger to future trail efforts to establish viable and long-term routes. We look forward to future opportunities to work with Oak Ridge to build trails and community connections.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak? Okay, come forward, please.
Hello, everyone. I know it's very, very late.
Sorry.
No, it's
I
very,
just
very early.
Wanted to let Mayor Horton know that we have about a minute and a half left.
Great. My name is Holly Stewart. I'm also at 1686 Deer Run Court in Oak Ridge. I've lived here 28 years, and my family takes great advantage of all of the trails here. In fact, I have 2 Eagle Scouts who've contributed to the community, including along the MST. I agree with everything that's just been said in the last 19 minutes. I'd like to add a couple of things. I believe this vote should be deferred. I think there are larger issues here than just the closure of a single trail easement. But if the council proceeds with this vote, this is what I ask. I would like this to be clearly stated and recorded in the meeting minutes in any written decision. 1, whether Councilwoman Clark or the council at large was advised by the town attorney regarding recusal, and if so, what is the substance of that advice? The specific statutory or legal authority relied upon to justify her participation despite the pending personal administrative action. 3, the factual findings supporting elimination of the easement, including evidence demonstrating harm that outweighs the public benefit. 4, how the council determined that this action does not constitute preferential treatment to a sitting member. 5, how the council distinguished this easement from other public easements in Oak Ridge so as to avoid setting a precedent, which others have spoken to, that places those easements also at risk. And I'd also like to know each council member's individual vote and stated rationale. Thank you.
Okay. We now have 5 minutes for rebuttal. And the first would be the group that would want to close the trails, this Ashford Trail easement.
Jonathan Deline, 7796 Polar Drive, Oak Ridge, in asking you to close this trail. I'd like to make a couple rebuttal comments. Number 1 is this idea of recusing Mrs. Clark, I think is, you can't do that. The reason you can't do that is because she ran very publicly on the fact that this trail needed to be removed, and it's the wrong trail. And that's what we're here to say tonight. Yes, we're all for trails in general. We want this one removed, and we want to find a better way, and we want to stop wasting time, and we want to find a better trail together. We think that's more productive. She ran on that cause. There are many, raise the hands from Ashford. All the Ashford folks are here along with Bear Creek. This is not just a Bear Creek problem. This is a complete connecting neighborhoods problem. The neighborhood that you're talking about doesn't want to be connected with this trail. They want another trail, not this one. This is the wrong trail, wrong spot, too small, too crappy, too running down trees. You're going to have to take down trees. You can't physically do it. It's a problem of physics. If you try to walk through there and not take down trees and make a trail, you need to walk it. So I would just highly encourage this town council to vote to remove this trail. And no, Lindsay should not be recused for the simple fact that not just these folks here tonight, but hundreds of people voted on what she ran publicly for, and their voices matter, and they shouldn't be marginalized and moved to the side tonight. There's many people I know that don't even live anywhere near, just like these folks do here, that are saying, that's the wrong trail. That dumps out into a neighborhood. That doesn't make any sense. Why doesn't that go down the creek? Why doesn't it this? Why doesn't that? That needs to go. Who's going to get us there? Who's going to get rid of that? Who's going to get us to the right trails? That's what they voted for, and that's why Lindsay's setting up there. She should not be recused because she represents all those voices, and that decision happened at election time. And I would say it's happened over 2 years for a couple elections. And so that's what I wanted to just rebuttal.
Next. And we have what, a couple minutes?
Kevin Brecka, 6819 Koala Drive. I want to address that, which I appreciate, the passion that we've heard by way of our representatives for Mountain to Sea, both in Oak Ridge and also on the full board as friends of Mountain to Sea. And the question raised of, is this a bad precedent? I would suggest that the first question of asking, is it a bad precedent, is how is this trail going? When it was incepted, was it incepted the way that you would like every trail to be incepted? And when it was incepted, were people informed the way you'd like people to be informed? And when concern was raised and issues were raised, did it not create real concern about, wow, we have not just people who have a privacy interest, but an actual safety interest and a very sound logistical interest. You're bringing vehicles right into this town, in this neighborhood, in 2 different communities, and you're trying to say this is for the community. For the purpose of precedence, the real question is, are you doing the right thing by continuing to fight, continuing to press on for these 800 and some feet at the discord of 43 different homes in just one community? Is this a precedence you want when it's true that there's been evidence of or indications of litigation? You have an 800-foot driving collection of lawsuits that have either been threatened or are in actuality. I would say that's the precedence that you should all say, this has been a bad idea, not done in the way it should have been, and we don't pursue bad ideas. The worst precedence would be to continue a thing that shouldn't be. The best precedence would be to fix the thing that should not have been put in this place anyway. I suggest that precedence is remove this trail.
Anybody else that wants to speak for the closure? And how much time do we have, Sandra?
About a minute.
1 minute.
Hello, I live in Elizabeth Lee, 6903 Tully Court. I'm Lot 8, so I'm actually directly impacted by this easement. I am not sure if any of you have been to my backyard, but I have young children, which are age 8, 11, and 13. They do play outside, and I met my numerous neighbors on the road while we were walking the dogs, and I tell my kids do not play wooded area because it's very dangerous. My son, during snow time, he was sledding, and he actually went against the wood, the branch, and he actually cut inside. And I had to take him to the hospital. And that was my child, and I'm telling my children not to go wooded area, and if strangers or people in other neighbors or my neighbors would to walk in the trail, I'm not sure if I will be protected, if my property will be protected, if they were be out there, how are we gonna seek help? I think that's something that we need to consider that. Thank you.
Okay, we have 5 minutes of rebuttal for those people that want to maintain this trail easement. Okay, so
Good evening. My name is Mike Kimmel. I'm at 5601 Tanyard Court in Oak Ridge. And I think, as I was listening to the other rebuttal, about their argument represents the people, I have to kind of remind the council that this same argument went before the Planning and Zoning Committee. Now, the Planning and Zoning Committee are represented by people, citizens of Oak Ridge, volunteers of Oak Ridge. They have they're totally impartial. These are Oak Ridge people representing the people. And I think in reality, that group of volunteers represent a far greater group of Oak Ridge residents than that small group right there. And they saw that what was being asked was not what they wanted, and they unanimously, and this is twice now, unanimously denied it. So I just want you guys to keep in mind that what's been recommended to you is coming from people from Oak Ridge. From the people of Oak Ridge are giving you this recommendation to deny it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
I'm Joel Deaton. I live at 6101 Gwynedd Road, Summerfield. Now, I'm the volunteer Mountain to Sea Trail Task Force leader. That means that I help design the trails and the properties that the town has provided for the committee. I help to provide the tools and I train the workers. Some points that I'd throw out that haven't been said much is that across the state, a whole lot of residential advertising for new developments tout the fact that the Mountain to Sea Trail goes through their area. Somehow they don't have the fear that I've heard tonight. When 2 years ago it was being discussed, some of the fears came out, and I remember one of the ladies saying that she checked that violence on the trail, and 15 years ago in Pennsylvania, a woman was killed. Well, that's definitely true, but that's a pretty low incident rate. When we also put the trail on hiatus, it was hoped that with the community, there would be a better alternative developed. But rather than working together with the people in that side of town to help us get across to Summerfield, they're ready to go. We have the opportunity to go through Summerfield and get to Bandera Farms. But this area is stopping the whole show, and I don't see any opportunity to go around it other than walking on roads. So how would you like to walk on Bunch Road to get to Bandera around those curves? It's dangerous, and we're trying to get stuff off of the road. Now, I can give you a couple positives if you believe me. Last time we had Mr. Rouse speak, he has the trail that goes behind his house closer than any of these other houses and then goes down the side of his house. And he talked about how his family with 2 young children loved the trail. You can go back and check the records on that. Recently, I was doing some repair work on the Headwaters Trail beside Riverside, and y'all all know the expensive houses that reside there. The trail was there before most of the houses, and so we had a little bit of a erosion problem coming off one of the yards. I turned around, it was due to his sprinkler system on a brand new yard. So I went up and talked to him, and he said, gosh, I sure am glad you came up. We love the trail. His open back porch is less than 20 yards from the physical trail, and there is absolutely nothing between the trail and his house. The house, when I checked on it, was first being built, was a $1.5 million house. He was gregarious about it. We love it. And by the way, can I make a donation to the Trail Committee? I have never, ever heard that sentence made. So a lot of people love the trail.
Thank you. We've had the discussion, or the representation from those that want to close the trail, those that want to keep the Ashford Trail, and the rebuttals for each. So we're, We're ready to discuss it.
Close the public hearing.
We need to close the public hearing, sorry. As everyone says, whether it's your perspective of being late or early, I think it's early. But I'll now close the public hearing. Council, I invite you to consider the materials we received and statements made during the public hearings. Council, are there questions?
Yes. Mr. Thomas, is there any reason or law that says Ms. Clark should recuse herself?
In my opinion, no, this is a legislative decision, and I believe she is required to participate and vote.
So if she's here tonight, she has to vote.
Being
If she-
physically present, yes, sir.
If she does not vote, what does that count as?
An affirmative vote.
Okay.
Another question. Mr.
ma'am.
Thomas, you and I discussed this before the meeting, and I believe we discussed it one other time, but maybe not. Rule number 28 in our rules of procedure says that if a member doesn't recuse themselves, another member of the board, if someone believes they have a financial interest, can make a motion that the person be recused.
That is correct.
Thank you. So, with that in mind, I move that Councilwoman Lindsay Clark be recused from voting on the matter at hand due to her financial interest as follows: her own claims, both verbally and in writing over the past year, that the development of the Ashford Trail will negatively impact her home, the costs she has incurred to file her lawsuits regarding this easement and appeal them to our Board of Adjustment, the cost of her own time, which I assume to be worth a bare minimum of at least $50 an hour, and estimate to total at least 200 hours over the past 2.5 years, for a total of at least $15,000, pursuing the site developer and several builders, other efforts of which there is public record that she is engaged in, number of filings, materials, emails, phone calls, petition signatures, all of which she is engaged in while serving as her own attorney and seeking to garner public support. Also, as was stated here tonight, she ran publicly on this issue a campaign that cost approximately $1,000. Finally, her recusal from this matter would also align with our Code of Ethics, which requires that we, as public officials, be independent, impartial, and responsible to the best interests of our community, not seeking our own personal gain or interests, and to avoid even the appearance of impropriety, are all requirements that go to the heart of this motion.
Second. So we have a motion, it's been seconded. Is there further discussion? Okay, we have a motion, it's been seconded. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed to the motion, say nay.
Nay.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we close, vacate, and remove the easement located at the western lines of lots 6, 8, 9, and 10 of the Ashford subdivision, currently referred to as the Ashford easement.
Second.
There's a second motion. Is there discussion?
Yes, I would like to note, along with the public input from this hearing, I have summarized some considerations that I've weighed as well. These are specific considerations for this easement as it relates to our town's development plans. The closure is not contrary to public interest because the closure does not conflict with the strategic plan policy 1.3.1 to develop trails as required by ordinance, as this easement is not required by ordinance. The closure does not conflict with land use policy 4.2.3 to support the recommendations of the Oak Ridge pedestrian plan. The Oak Ridge pedestrian plan recommends on page 28, quote, that trail easements continue to be acquired through the subdivision process where a proposed trail is located in the town of Oak Ridge, end quote. This segment is not represented on the pedestrian plan and does not connect to any other public trails or easement. The closure does not conflict with strategic plan policy 1.3.2 to develop trails to connect neighborhoods to parks. The Oak Ridge pedestrian plan recommends a policy on page 38 to, quote, accommodate future trail development where greenways or conservation areas are proposed or within half a mile of parks or schools, end quote.
This easement and surrounding neighborhoods are not within half a mile of parks or schools, and the easement does not connect to any greenways or conservation areas. The Land Use Plan Policy 2.2.2 specifies trails should be incorporated into neighborhood design. The easement was not presented on the preliminary plat and therefore not incorporated into the design. The Land Use Plan Policy 4.2.2 seeks public engagement and involvement in the planning of trails. This was not done prior to establishing this easement. With no ordinances addressing trails in RS40 zoning, Ordinance Section 30-539 for planned unit development zoning, and Ordinance Section 30-562 for rural preservation district zoning provide design standards that trails must be located within a minimum easement width of 20 feet wide, and only trails shown on the future land use plan or pedestrian plan must be public. This easement is only 8 feet wide and is marked public, but not included in the future land use plan or pedestrian plan. And I would also like to note that as far as public input in the hearing, no adjacent landowners opposed the closing. So again, I believe it's not contrary to public interest.
Is your motion to adopt the draft order closing, vacating, and removing from dedication a street or public alley contained in the council's packet tonight?
Yes, sir, and part of my comments were to specifically reference the order.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any further
Yeah.
comments?
So we have before us the closing of an easement. There is an order that goes to this that speaks to the heart of the legality of it and the process that got us to this point. And I'd like to read this. The order closing, vacating, and removing from dedication a street or public alley, which in this case is an easement. Whereas on January 12, 2026, the duly noticed special meeting, the Town Council of the Town of Oak Ridge pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 160A-299 adopted Resolution R 2026-02 noticing the public of its intent to close, vacate, and remove from the dedication the public trail easement contained in the Ashford subdivision, dedicated to the public in the final plat thereof, and accepted by the town of Oak Ridge upon recordation of said plat under the Oak Ridge Development Ordinance and as more fully described below. And such public trail easement constitute a public alley for the purposes of said statute, and pursuant to the said resolution of intent, notice was published at a hearing that would be held concerning the petition on February the 5th, 2026 at 7 p.m. during the regular meeting of the Oak Ridge Town Council at the Town Hall located at 8315 Linville Road. The resolution was published once a week for 4 successive weeks prior to the hearing. A copy thereof was sent by certified mail to all the owners of properties adjoining the street or alley as shown in the county tax records, and a notice of the closing and public hearing was prominently posted in at least 2 places along the streets or alley. At the said public hearing, after the inquiry by the mayor, all interested persons were provided with the opportunity to be heard on the proposed closing, and after all interested persons were heard, it appeared to the satisfaction of this council that the removal of said street or public alley from dedication is not contrary to the public interest, and that no individual owning property in the vicinity of said street or public alley will be deprived of any reasonable means of ingress, egress to his or her property. Now, therefore, be it ordered that the following described street or public alley is hereby closed, vacated, and removed from the dedication of the public use, that being certain 8-foot wide public trail easement running along the parallel with the western lines of lots 6, 8, 9, and 10 of the Ashford subdivision for a distance of 867.2 feet, more or less, per plat approved for record by the town of Oak Ridge on 24th August 2023 and recorded on the 25th of August 2023 in plat book, page 213, page 42 of the Guilford County Registry.
Done?
Yep.
Ms. Snyder, comments?
So I'll start by saying this easement was legally added. This is a tool, a technique of adding easements for trails through subdivisions that's used throughout the state. The League of Municipalities did research for me on this. This is a great way to get trails, and it is the preferred way because it doesn't use taxpayer dollars. It's donated. This easement is worth money because it's about 1/6 of an acre, 870 feet times 8 feet wide. So this is legal. Even Mr. Stone has agreed with residents who claimed that it was legal. So we're talking about public versus private interests. I disagree. I don't know how Councilwoman Clark is reading our strategic plan, our land use plan, our pedestrian plan, all of our plans, because all of them, and I'm not going to go through all of the quotes, are specifically prioritized trail connections, including connections between neighborhoods. This trail has incredible potential of connecting to the Pemberley and Carriage Cove trails that are about to be opened and are just absolutely beautiful and have a trailhead parking place already in place. So this is not, I don't know, I'm sorry that folks in the neighborhoods don't know about this, but Ms. Clark has known about this. We know about this. I've put it out on Facebook a lot. This is going to connect. Now, it doesn't have to connect tomorrow. It may take 5 years to plan this. It may take 2. It may take 9 months. Tree preservation areas mean that you can't take out mature trees, which is, what is it, over 8 inches, something like that. That's how it's defined. We've talked about how these are very desirable, and our parks and recreational areas and trails, for many of us, it's what brought us here. So all of these plans, they don't just guide decisions, they define what the public interest actually is here in Oak Ridge. And I have heard nothing that even remotely convinces me that removing this trail is in the public interest. It would not, the public interest is defined by these plans that are created by elected officials with extensive public input, and some of the documents completed completely by volunteers with only oversight from council. So what I see, and I've said this online, is that the removal of this easement would serve the political interests and misinformation that I'm sorry that neighborhoods, I talked to 3 people in your neighborhood today and yesterday who said, oh my gosh, I didn't know that. Oh, I don't have a problem with this trail. I have a feeling if more people were listening and thinking about this and looking at the facts, there wouldn't be all this divisive upset caused by misinformation, as has been pointed out. But at its core, this issue has also become personal, I believe, for Councilwoman Clark, and that also runs counter to the public interest. And that brings up the idea of privacy. There is no right to privacy. You don't have a right to privacy on land that you don't own. My understanding is that we get to control what goes on this is what property rights are. This is the conservative understanding of property rights. You get to control what's on your property. We all live near public roads, and many of us live near public sidewalks and public trails. No one has a right to privacy from all of these public thoroughfares, and there is no specific distance required, the proximity argument that was raised earlier. In this case, the trail is in the woods. That's a natural privacy screen. In addition, the town has repeatedly offered subsidies to further screen backyards from the trail, dollars for landscaping or to contribute to a fence to add additional privacy to create additional comfort for residents affected. I talked to our town manager about that today. This kind of mitigation has worked beautifully. In one case, we approved it, and then the owner of the property said, oh my gosh, we don't need that. We love this trail. 3 little boys. And right next to the Headwaters Trail, our offers to provide additional screening still stand, were promptly declined by Ms. Clark and Mr. DeLine, but they still stand to everyone who's affected by this. So the other part of this is, I realize that a lot of you think you don't want this trail, or don't want this trail. I shouldn't say you think you don't. But You're not the only people who are ever going to live in those homes or in those neighborhoods. You're not the only people who have a vested interest in that trail. I think what we've heard tonight is that there are people across Oak Ridge, and I've gotten voluminous emails all over here saying, please don't give up this easement. This is a public use. It's for everyone. It's not just for your neighborhood. Many people near, as we've heard, live near the Headwaters Trail who have discovered that they love it. The trail easement is a financial asset that's been estimated at being valued around $20,000. Keeping this valuable asset is clearly in the public interest. We have supposedly conservative council members wanting to give away town assets. Would we do this with a used truck or anything else? Would we simply give it up? I'm not even sure our finance officer, who's falling asleep, I'm sorry, could support this. So, in the end, the question is, should individual preferences and political stances outweigh the clear public interest of a community asset that benefits all residents? I don't think so. Thank you.
Mr. Greason.
Well, we do give away the Redmond House for free to certain groups, so I'm just saying that we do give away stuff.
That's use of a facility, not
Okay, well, same
a
thing.
capital asset.
So we do give away taxpayer money. Thank you. I'm finished.
Okay, it's my turn. 2 years ago, as a new council member, I expressed my opinion that the town of Oak Ridge should not give up a town asset, the Ashford easement. After listening to the discussion that night, I was given the impression by the Bear Creek HOA that there was a high possibility that an alternative route could be located. That night, there seemed to be willingness by Bear Creek to work with Oak Ridge Trails Committee toward that goal, and the Bear Creek citizens asked for a 10-year period to execute. I did not, nor did any of the other council members feel that we could grant the 10-year request since it was beyond the term of the council. However, I thought that if progress was being made to find this alternative trail that was stated, that at least 3 of us that were new to council would be here and would vote to extend the work scope by another 2 years during the next council, this one, possibly providing 40% of the time requested by Bear Creek residents. At that time, I voted with Mr. Greason and Mr. Stone to provide that first 2-year period. Unfortunately, no progress has been made on an alternative easement during the past 2 years. I bring this up because during the past few weeks, I have attended the P&Z board meeting, the Trails Committee meeting by Zoom, and have read through the collected legal documents related to the current lawsuit filed by Ms. Clark against the town. During the P&Z session, a gentleman from Bear Creek, and who's with us tonight, again brought up that there was a better alternative pathway that could be explored with people in Summerfield if only the Ashford easement was dropped. I sat wondering why the people in Bear Creek had not explored that opportunity during the past 2 years. I thought at the very least, if a better pathway existed, it would, at the minimum, or it would at least minimize the use of the Ashford easement in question. During the Zoom meeting, I discussed this issue with the Trails Committee. They told me that they had stopped working on that project because they feared interfering with the current lawsuit. So no progress has been made pursuing an alternative pathway. During the Trails Committee Zoom call, the members expressed their concerns, which you've heard tonight, that the public benefits of the trails, neighborhood connectivity, improved public health, quality of life, and the alignment with long-term strategic goals of the town were being substituted by the personal concerns of a member of town council. In addition, they were concerned that removing the Ashford easement would set a precedent that could undermine future trail planning and development. I share these concerns. While attending the recent P&Z public hearing, I watched the debate and the deliberation by the P&Z board, who unanimously decided to recommend that the town keep the Ashford easement. It was stated that this was the 3rd time that the Ashford easement case had been reviewed by p and Z or the Board of Adjustment, each time resulting in a unanimous decision that their recommendation to town council should be to not remove the Ashford easement. One board member commented that the only thing that was different in this last review was the membership of town council had changed. In their final comments, the board chair emphasized the planning board charge is to ensure full and impartial compliance with the town's ordinances and a future land plan, and not to revisit past decisions based upon changing political and personal considerations. I agree with the P&Z board chair's statement. Since the P&Z open hearing, I've reread the many legal documents associated with the current lawsuit. Now, I'm not a lawyer, but in my review, I think the town of Oak Ridge has a strong case and would win in court while maintaining the Ashford easement. So for these reasons, I support maintaining the Ashford easement and defending the asset of the town in court if necessary. Okay, so any more?
One last addition. I can't remember if I said this, but the Planning and Zoning Board, their job is to be impartial, and the suggestion that they were anything but, they are not handpicked by council. They are volunteers who come forward from the community, and they do not always agree, certainly not always with me, and certainly not even with each other. So I just want to clear their name on that count.
Thank you, Mr. Niner.
And I will just add to that, that this isn't about the P and Z. They perform their task professionally, and they voted on the technical aspects of the matter, and we all have the greatest respect for their service on planning and zoning. It's not about P and Z.
I agree. So can we vote?
Yep.
Well, I think we have a motion. And
I forgot what the motion was.
It was very long.
Been a
You
half
read
an
it.
hour.
Do not read it again.
It couldn't be as long as y'all's.
It was the current
as y'all's
order.
does.
It was the current order. So we have a motion, and Mr. Stone read it completely, to an order closing, vacating, and removing from dedication a street or public alley. We all have that in our packets. So do you want to I don't want you to read this, take the whole thing,
No,
but you,
it's been read.
but you have the second still.
Yeah, well, I already have
Okay,
the
so we
motion
have
second.
we have a motion and second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 All opposed, say no.
Nay.
No.
No.
Nay, no, whatever. Okay, so 3-2. So that concludes the public hearing. We're now at the public comment period. I think most everybody has gone. But if there's anybody that desires to make another public comment, or community organizations exist, here comes Mr. Kinnaman, so.
This is a community update.
Okay.
Jim Kinnaman,
Please
85.
keep your voices down. We're still in session. We are still in session. Excuse me, please exit if you're going to talk. We're still in session.
Maybe we should give them a moment to exit.
Yeah, but exit quietly. Mr. Kinnaman, you can continue.
Jim Kinnaman, 8502 Hollow River Court. I represent the Oak Ridge Lions Club. I just want to make people aware that, as we do every year, the Oak Ridge Lions Club offers a scholarship to any student that attends school in any form in the northwest area of Guilford. That could be either Northwest High School, Orma, private school, or even homeschooled. So all you have to do is, the easiest thing is to go on the Northwest High School website. They will have the application, and you can support it. And as always, there's a blood drive coming up Monday. If you can give blood, please do.
Is it Monday?
It is this coming Monday.
All right.
Every even month, second Monday of every even month
I'm
at
signed
the
up. I just
Methodist
forgot it was
Church.
Monday. Okay.
So,
Thank you.
thanks.
Okay, so we're at the town manager's report. Mr.
Bruce.
Bruce,
Let's go.
town manager's report.
This may be the first thing I've said all night. 4 committee appointments this evening. I can read them all, and you can choose to do them individually or at once. Appointment of Angie Bird as a regular member of P&Z, reappointment of John Jenkins to the Finance Committee, appointment of Todd Dean as a regular member of the Finance Committee, and appointment of Alan Shepard as a regular member of the Finance Committee.
I move that we make all these appointments.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, monthly financial update. Ms.
Would you prefer to defer your financial, or would you prefer to?
Can you do it in 3 minutes?
Everybody received a copy of the report. Everyone has, I'm assuming, have read it. The finance officer.
Please come up and, come on. Well, we are shaking Sam, and he's done double duty tonight, so
All
thank
right.
you.
Everyone received a copy of the financial report. Everyone received a copy of the finance officer's, the
Yes.
financial statements.
Yes.
Basically, we got money in the bank. The bills are paid. You can see the results of the taxes that were collected this last month. We did receive an ABC distribution of about $92,000, which was better than expected. That's pretty much everything.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I move that we accept the finance officer's report as presented.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Committee reports. We may have one or two committee reports. I know that water has been provided, Water Advisory Committee has been provided to council.
Mr. Mayor, I have a couple of other reports that were given to me during the meeting that I
Okay.
can
Get those emailed
distribute
to
to
us?
council later.
Yes, please.
That we do have certain members of committees, so Adrian, or,
Go through the list.
I will, start Mountains to the Sea. We'll do Mountains to the Sea first. No, Mountains to the Sea, we'll go through the list.
Tree board?
Are you,
She doesn't.
okay, no,
That's okay. We
hey,
don't have.
well, please come do it quickly if you can. Jim, we'll get to you in a minute.
Stephanie Farrell, 5839 Billet Road. The Mountains to Sea Trail Committee met last Tuesday by Zoom. We had a workday scheduled for next Wednesday, but I just received an email that it's too wet and that will be canceled. The next workday will be a Saturday, and everyone will receive an email. And then the next MST committee meeting will be February 24th.
Thank you.
Wonderful
Yeah.
job. Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't believe Conservation Easement is here, Special Events is not here. Tree Board, Mr. Kenneman.
Jim Keenan, 8502 Howell River Court. Tree Board did meet today. The main thing we're looking into is taking a look at, next month, we're going to take a look at the master plan for Heritage Farm Park and try to identify areas where tree plantings would be appropriate. We're also looking into expanding the a memorial tree program where people can pay to plant a tree in memory of someone. And then the other thing is we did look at the plan for the plantings around the water tower. John had mentioned that maybe the arborvitae that was recommended, there may be another alternative that's a little more deer resistant. And also we're looking at, which I learned was a great term that he called dedication syndrome, that the plantings may actually be too dense. And actually you might want to spread them out a little bit more because in 5 years they'll be a little bit more grown in. Sometimes there's the urge to make it look dedication ready when it really should be a little more sparsely. So that's what we're working on.
Thank you for your report.
Thank you. Next, it would be Parks and Rec.
Adrian Eckernud, Parks and Rec. The Parks and Rec met on January 15th in person and by Zoom. There was a vote for the chair and co-chair. I was elected as the chair, John Branding as our vice chair. We reviewed and approved the 2026 Special Events Committee calendar. We reviewed and approved, created a new 2026 capital improvements and projects for recommendation to town council. Brock updated that they are short on park staff, and there's postings for full-time and part-time staff. The spring sports will be starting soon, so there's planning and preparation for that with the park staff. ROA has used $27,000 during the fall sports, which accounted to a rebate of $21,000 to ROA for the July through December period. Heritage Farm Park update. The drainage issues are being addressed and expected that to be completed by the end of May. Sport fields are to be fixed by mid-July. That includes leveling and grading. Revington Reeds is currently scoping the Phase 2 project for HFP. We discussed and decided to discontinue the usage of the food trailer at the Music in the Park events. Several reasons, but this will now open us up to being able to include hamburger food trucks at that event. And we are also notifying other Oak Ridge town groups about the availability of that trailer. And our intent is to kind of monitor that usage to see if there might be a recommendation to sell the trailer if there's no other usage from other groups. The Northwest Guilford Women's Club did present and requested a continuation of the Farmhouse Community Center fee waiver that they were granted in 2025. There was a majority consensus to allow this for the unused 4 events into the 2026 year. These are during non-weekend and non-peak rental times. So that request was approved. That did lead to a discussion on fee waivers and existing rental policies. So if council is able to provide any guidance on how they would like those to kind of proceed, I did discuss with my chair as well that we need to create a proposed guideline, something to make sure we're crafting and using a fair and consistent fee waiver approval. And I volunteered to create such an outline, and if town council has any kind of recommendations for that. One of the questions, for example, that was raised and there didn't seem to be a great consensus on is, are these town rentals designed to generate revenue? So that was a question that was unanswerable at the moment. Farmhouse Community Center update. There were 5 rentals by the first 15 days in January. There has not been any marketing efforts to date on that. These are just coming in from in the community. One of the reasons for not marketing it is parking is really the only noted issue. Obviously, the parking doesn't, there's not immediate parking for enough to really kind of accommodate that event. The park entrance master plan was discussed. Oh, I'm almost done. Duke's installed the last 12 poles, with the final walkthrough was done in January. Last 2 items, music in the park. 4 of the 6 bands have been booked for 2026. We have June 13th and October 10th still open, but we're considering dropping the October event due to so many other conflicting events during that time period, and it is the lowest attendance event. And last item, music on the lawn at the Farmhouse Community Center. The first event will be May 31st, and then following by June 28th. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. Finance Committee is not active yet. Water Advisory was provided. I don't know if we got anything from Historic Preservation, Planning and Zoning, no. Board of Adjustments, no. Okay, so we're now at public comments. Do we have any further public comments?
I mean, Parks
Hey,
and Rec.
Mr. Eckenrod.
Adrian Eckenrod, 5679 Timber Trace Way, Oak Ridge. As an Oak Ridge resident, I'm just going to say do better, okay? That's pretty much it. Councilwoman Clark, you ran on maybe consolidating committees, eliminate committees. I know there's also coming up for the vote again as far as recording events. I think you might get your wish. There needs to be greater reach from this council to the committees. When you have committees voting in unison for items, and then you go completely against that, you need to reach out and really speak with those committees. You either need to give them more guidance and clearance on what you're expecting from them, or you need to respect their decisions more. So that's what I mean by when I say do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comments? So we're now to council comments. Mrs. Clark.
Good morning, good night. Thank you, everyone, for staying.
Okay, Mr. Stone.
No.
Mr. Greason.
That's a quick one. We were elected by the people, so we have the final decisions. Our butt's on the line. So when we make our decisions, we think we make the right ones. Thank you.
No comment.
I have about 35 points I'd like to make. But I'll save them for the March meeting.
That's what I'm doing.
So, so I will now see if anybody wants to make a motion to adjourn this.
So
meeting.
moved.
Oh, let's take it.
Second.
And we got it sounds like we had a motion and a second.
Second.
All in favor? say
Aye.
Aye.